Okay, I call the case of Dean Koechel. Is that right? You gave me education regarding of how to say it before, and is it Koechel?
Koechel, Your Honor.
Koechel. I say accent on the second syllable. Okay, I'll try my versus HJV Incorporated. This is CR 2020021113. And I just noted that we don't have any evidence that there is any, that this was cross-filed, so that no EOC case number. This is, I'm Administrative Law Judge James A. Schacht, and please state your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The complainant, Dean Koechel, appears in person or by video with his counsel, Peter Koch.
And good morning, Your Honor. The respondent appears by the president and shareholder Joe Hanza, along with counsel Nate Olson.
Okay, this is a hearing on the merits to determine whether HJV violated the Wisconsin Fair Employment Act by refusing to reasonably accommodate a disability, terminating the employment of Mr. Koechel because of disability and terminating his employment because of age. My understanding is that the issue regarding that the claimed disability is cancer, correct?
That's correct.
And that this isn't that the issue effectively, as far as I understand it, that you're functionally withdrawing the refusal to accommodate case because the case is about being treated differently because of his disability. Is that fair?
Your Honor, I think that's probably the conclusion after the evidence is introduced. At this time, it would be premature to stipulate to that.
Right, but I'm just sort of saying that you're not going to try to prove an actual disability and establish exactly the nature and the situation involving his cancer, that you're going to be focusing on perception of a record of disability as for the basis for your disability claim. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of things in the comment that you made, but yes, our position is that cancer is a disability. I think that's stipulated too between the parties.
Okay, and is that correct, Mr. Olson?
As to the, I guess the stipulation is, our only basis of him having cancer is his acknowledgement or him telling that we have cancer. We don't have a doctor's slip or anything like that that confirms that. So we're going off of Mr. Koechel's contention that he has cancer, and that my client, knowing that he gave him time off of work to get radiation treatments and things like that. But it's based off of Mr. Koechel's representations.
Okay, are you stipulating that he was perceived as having a condition that would constitute a disability under the act?
If him having cancer is in fact true, then yes, that would be in line with having a disability.
Okay, but that's not what I mean, that includes the matter as to whether, well, I just will go, I hear that there is some things that are stipulated to. I would indicate that still in my understanding, that the statute, in order to prove disability discrimination, that the respondent has to perceive him as having a condition that would has to perceive him having a permanent physical and mental impairment, which makes achievement unusually difficult or limits the capacity to work. And that my understanding is that being told that he has cancer, how that is perceived or understood on the part of a respondent, there's some debate or question regarding of how that was responded or understood. And lost your picture, Mr. Culp. Does that mean,
Yeah, Judge, I'm going to be going in and out. Don't think that I've lost connection, but it's my way to communicate with my client.
okay. All right, then I pay attention to dealing with the situation. And I actually, in the circumstances, I have some preference because in the circumstances that are logically neither I nor Mr. Olson know what you're doing. And my preference would be to, if you need to consult with your client, to say, can I have a moment to consult with my client, and then do that. I would prefer that the record show what is happening rather than the record not show what's happening. Um, because among other things, that if somebody looking at the record is not going to know whether that's bad signal or what's going on. So would you ask if you need something in the matter and not do that without, I mean, because my understanding is that if you were there in person, that I tell the people don't talk to their client in the matter, it's impolite. I mean, that's what I would say if there was an in-person matter, and so that I'm basically doing it the same way that I would if you were in person. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely, Judge.
Okay. So in dealing with so I would not understood in the matter, and I have always trouble with these stipulations that are not clear what exactly they stipulate, and I just to note that I have to make findings of fact and conclusions of law, and so that these stipulations is not quite clear which they are, and that they necessarily um, that they necessarily fit the issues that findings of fact that I need to make. So I'll just point out to that the situation that we seem to have a stipulation agreement that he communicated that he had cancer. Um, but how that was perceived and understood to be is something that you'll have to establish. Um, Also, in the matter, that my understanding is that in relation to the termination that is giving, that the respondent has articulated a series of different issues as to why that he was discharged. And I'll just relay them. My understanding is that I wrote down that there was these I think 11 or whatever. It's the judgment in buying used boats, old distressed inventory, his sales performance, that he never filled the role planned, unable to generate sales report, no desire to learn product features, alienated employees, left work unannounced for hours, came late and left early, did not follow orders, left the show floor unstaffed, and became combative when counseled. Is that a fair articulation of the claimed reasons for the termination, Mr. Olson?
Yes, Your Honor, they are.
And I would note in one of the matters, since I've had a complaints attorney in the briefs do this, I highly encourage you to try to show pretext regarding these claims and not to just pick. I just in one of the things I noted in the um, in my decision is that the response attorney decided to abbreviate the reasons given and to just show pretext on those and ignore the other ones that were articulated. It is not the method of it is not a persuasive method of briefing. My understanding is the burden is to show that all of these were pretext for discrimination because of age or disability, not just the ones that you cherry pick. Okay, not that you would ever do that, of course, Mr. Culp, but since I've just had a brief that it sounded much better as far as their case when they ignored half the reasons that the respondent gave for their discharge, but it was not particularly effective. Okay, so
Judge, were those reasons, those 11 reasons, were those part of the answer following the notice of hearing?
Um, let me just, let's see, good. Um, I think that those were just actually from the ID, I think.
That
Yeah,
would
I didn't
Let's
see,
see.
I didn't see that there was an answer filed. But
Um,
I've missed some other documents too.
no, I didn't see an answer filed either.
And so we would ask that default judgment be entered.
That's not what happens regarding answers. Answer just is functionally the only penalty that has been available for not filing an answer is that you can, if there's a affirmative defense, it could be waived. There's the statute is the case law is clear that the purpose of the answer functionally is just to raise affirmative defenses. It doesn't have a bit of influence on the burden of proof. But is it correct, Mr. Olson, that you did not file a answer?
Your Honor, that is correct. My understanding was that was only to articulate if I wanted to expand or articulate on what was already given in my response to the complaint.
Yeah, and anyway, I'm just saying that anything, people have raised that, and it doesn't. The answer is sometimes the answers that I get are useless anyway. So, it doesn't, and that they don't articulate or help clarify anything. I believe that let me just see. I just was going through. My understanding is that those were pulled out of and the things in the matter of paragraph G from the ID. Is that correct? If you both would look at that and see, my understanding is that's and the I listed and pulled them apart, but that's clear that it's I listed those and pulled apart G, and I believe that in our initial pre-hearing conference, I went over those and asked Mr. Olson whether those accurately articulated the claimed non-discriminatory reasons for the discharge. Is that because that's what I do in pre-hearing conferences. So that I believe it was raised, and somebody has just come, Mr. Culp?
Judge, my secretary brought me a cup of coffee.
Okay, well, this is a thing that we must note on. We have noted this important event on camera. So okay, so anyway, is
By the
that
way, it's Starbucks Pike Place.
okay? Well, all right. Then you get. Are you looking for the sponsors payment? Or that are going to have attorneys start showing up with stickers on their forehead or something, or kind of the attorneys are working toward the car, those clothes that the car drivers wear at Indy car drivers that have every square inch covered with an advertisement for somebody.
Right. I'd offer you one, Judge, but we're by video.
And besides, yeah, and the thing is though that you list an opportunity because you have a blank cup. You missed an opportunity for sale. Okay, well, all right. Well, the thing is that you're just plugging your own services. You see, yes, you have. Okay, that you got that on things. So we have.
Next time we're going to have a cup that says "We love Judge Shocked."
Okay, well,
Get on it.
I've never seen one of those, and I haven't have Okay, so we're in our cups today. So all right. So anyway, is it correct as the G is your articulation that you don't really have a change to of the reasons for the discharge?
That is correct, Your Honor. There's no change.
Okay, and so in the matter, just to indicate that, for this and these matters, I certainly will be looking at each one of these claims in my decision and to determine what has done is what has been said about each one. Okay.
And Judge,
Um,
just for sake of clarity, my understanding coming in today was the only issue really in dispute were the reasons for his discharge. Um, and that was in part because, we didn't have the responsive pleading. I didn't think that there was any challenge to the disability, whether he's an individual with a disability under the Wisconsin Fair Employment Act, uh, or any of those things. I just thought the disputed issue is the reasons for his discharge, as you have identified in paragraph G of the initial determination.
okay. Well, the thing is, in the matter that that's not. I mean, we don't have something in writing, and what you assumed in the matter. My understanding is that in dealing with the people that you can go, they can easily take care of the situation as to, that is to what is the state of mind regarding understanding that somebody, I mean, this is, as I understand it, since you're not, the materials do not include any medical records, that this is going on the either record of, record of or perception of. Now, to the extent to which being told you have cancer constitutes a record of disability, I don't, I uh, not, if you want to simply argue that it does, that's up for you to do. I'm not sure in the matter that the case law has, um, with cancer, just simply the identification of the term, is that sufficient record for it? I don't know. Also, the situation that the legal standards are what they are, or as vague as they are where they are vague. So it's up to you in the matter, but that's why I go over these things at the beginning, and why I go over the matter is to saying, okay, my understanding is that these are the things that need to be proven and addressed, and I'll see what record I get and then make a decision on them.
Right.
So,
And just for the record, to create the record, uh, our position is that we would be prejudiced under the Lurk case law if there were issues in dispute beyond the reason for his termination because of the failure to raise affirmative defenses. And I
I don't
think
believe
that,
that's a, I mean, you can argue that. My understanding is that that is not an affirmative defense. That is the burden of proof is on the complainant to show, in the same way that the burden of proof is on the complainant to show somebody is disabled. The burden of proof is on the complainant to show that somebody perceives somebody as disabled or has a record of disabled. The burden of proof to show disability is on the complainant. Again, you can, if you want to argue something else in dealing with a matter, that you can. I'm fairly comfortable at saying that that's, the case law says that you have the burden. So that's, and and my understanding of what a affirmative defense is by definition is something that the respondent has a burden of proof on. I'm understanding that's what an affirmative defense is. And so if it's not something that they have the burden of proof on, then not raising it in a answer is not, the affirmative defense, the answer is only been used to dealing with the burden to raise affirmative defenses. And I just simply would note a lot of respondents put all kinds of things under affirmative defenses that aren't. And I am tempted regularly to say, okay, now you're claiming that you have the burden on that issue. The complainant would be happy to give it to you if you really are claiming that it's an affirmative defense. I haven't
well,
done
Judge, I
that,
think
but
that's inconsistent with Radlinger versus Kentucky Fried Chicken, Lurk case decided June 20, 2003, Failure to mitigate damages is an affirmative defense which must be pled in the respondent's answer. Mitigate damages is a burden of the complainant, not the respondent.
Well, the thing is in the matter as to the failure to, to the extent to which the respondent is alleging a failure to mitigate, which I just would note, even as an affirmative defense, it's a standard that almost nobody makes. But I just would note that that has not been raised yet by you, Mr. Olson, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And do you have any indication or knowledge in the situation that the complainant has in fact failed to mitigate?
No, Your Honor, we don't.
Okay, so my understanding is it appears as though that um, the the failure to mitigate has not been pled, and it apparently is not being argued.
My point in raising that, Judge, was to counter your position that affirmative defenses are only the ones that respondent has a duty to prove.
No,
That
there's a burden. The burden of proof is on them, is what I'm saying, and the the affirmative defense, the failure to mitigate isn't affirmative defense. That the burden of proof is on the respondent, and it has to be pled. That's the way it works.
let me just say this for the record, that in the event that there are any issues in dispute that go beyond just the reasons for his termination, we're making a request on the record for an adjournment for the respondent to file a answer, set forth affirmative defenses, to give us the opportunity to conduct discovery on any of those non-reason for termination decisions, so we can have a fair opportunity at the hearing.
Well, it's denied. The issue in dealing with, I raise and go over those things more than but anybody else at the pre-hearing, give opportunity time for people to do discovery. And my understanding is that establishments of the things that we're talking about issue it here are all part of the complainant's burden of proof. So that's denied.
Okay.
It's not being part of the answer situation to the question of, yeah, I don't view, I mean, as far as the disability claim, my understanding is that proving that they have a disability, under one of the three different things identified in the statute regarding actual disability, perceived disability, record of disability is the standard part of complaints proof. Does not have to be pled. My understanding is that respondent cannot, other than by stipulation, modify that burden of proof in any way. Not make it bigger, smaller. It is what it is. And of course, in the matter that you have the right in your briefing, and just to check in the matter, I didn't have it listed. I'd be assuming in the matter that the parties want to brief this. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you want to do this as responsive briefing, simultaneous with responses? Which way do you want to do this? It might be as, anyway, do either of you have a preference as to, I think you both probably want to be able to respond to the other, but whether you do it as a complainant thing or simultaneous with responses, do you either of you have preference on that?
Your Honor, I wouldn't be opposed to just doing it the traditional way where.
Complaints, respondents, rebuttal?
Correct.
Is that acceptable to you?
Yep, absolutely, Judge.
Okay. And just saying, please don't in the matter. So that's the 30-30-15 unless you unless that if you have a stipulation otherwise, as far as timing, and I would say in the circumstances that the rebuttal should be rebutting the respondent's brief, not adding things, and that I don't want any after that. I am not interested in what I call dribble briefing, that each party just sort of has to get in the last word, or you know, and I understanding that the parties, over my time understanding regarding briefing, that you have your purposes, the extent to which that you actually want to assist me or to convince me, then I encourage that your brief actually sound like you were at the same hearing I was, and that you're actually dealing with the issues that I'm going to be dealing with. If you want to make your case just sound good, that's fine, and you can spend the effort to do that, and I will ignore your brief. Okay? I mean, a lot of times the parties just want to make a nice argument, and I say that's fine. This may look good to you, but it's absolutely of no use to me, because all I'm interested in is what the law is and what the facts are. And if um, I don't respond well to misinformation or efforts of deception. Not that either or, I mean, within constraints, and I'll understand that stuff, but if the extent to which that it matters to you, please remember, I'm trying to deal with the truth and the law, and that's what I'm trying to do. And it's very old-fashioned and bothersome of me, I understand. I'm not trying to make either party look good. And matter of fact, anybody who's gotten my decisions, sometimes neither party likes them. I will call it as I see it, and based on what I understand the facts to be. That's what I'm interested in, and I'm sorry if one or both of you don't like it, but if you don't like it, you should have settled. So you asked my opinion, I'll give it to you. So anyway, I just saying on your briefing, I'm just uh, warning, please sound like you were at the same hearing I was, and that it's not, if you write your brief for your client, then they're paying for it, I understand it, but it's not going to be of much use to me. Okay, so then dealing with the state of the exhibits, and I wanted to sort of read that in right now. And the marked as complaints exhibit number 1 is initial determination. There's a variety of things that the parties have not decided whether they want to use or not. Marked as response exhibit number 2 is respondent's response and position paper. Marked as response exhibit number 3 is an employee list. Marked as respondents exhibit 4 are text messages for November 19th, 2019, and that has been stipulated to and received. Marked as complaints exhibit number 5 is an employee agreement dated February 6th, 2016, and I've stipulated, it's been a stipulation to foundation and admission. Marked as complaints exhibit number 6 is an employee agreement for March 9th, 2017, and there's a stipulation to foundation and mission on that also. Marked as complaints exhibit number 7 is a check history detail. Marked as complaints exhibit number 8 is a job description for sales manager, and that is also the stipulation to foundation and admission. I just a note, and you're saying, for both of you, that if there's a stipulation to foundation and mission, then it is usable without any testimony whatsoever. I just want to make clear on that. It's the same as if it would have been laid. These are stipulations which I actually do view as helpful, and I know what they mean. Then on to the respondents. Any issues regarding the complainants exhibit list?
No, Your Honor.
That's what you had too, Mr. Colt,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Okay, under the respondents, complaints exhibit, respondents exhibit number 1 was withdrawn since it's the same as complaints exhibit 6. Marked as response exhibit number 2 is a handbook, and that's been stipulated to and admitted. And my understanding is that the stipulation includes that this was the handbook in effect at the time of the termination. Is that right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, marked as response exhibit number, and you, Mr. Culp, you agree that that was the handbook in effect at the time of the termination?
I don't, because if you look at Exhibit R-2 ERD 107, it shows that it's revised February 18 of 2022. So it could not have been in effect at the time of the termination on December 23, 2019.
Okay, so in my understanding is that's agreed, Mr. Olson? I remember seeing that too, actually.
Yes, Your Honor, and then Mr. Hansa can put some testimony on the record as to why that appeared as a revised.
Okay, so in the stipulation that it is the handbook that was effective at that time, and so the issue as to the extent to which it was changed or that it was different earlier at that point will be up to testimony for both of you. So we do not have a stipulation as to what and what parts of that handbook were effective during the time of Mr. Koechel's testimony, right? That what is employment.
That appears to be the case, Your Honor.
Okay, but we do have the marked as response exhibit number 3 as acknowledgement form. And my understanding is this is stipulated to foundation and admitted that, so this is related to that he was given some handbook, though we're not clear how much that varies from the response exhibit 2 at that point. So, you know, that marked as response exhibit 4 is a computer use agreement dated February 9th, 2016. And that's been stipulated to foundation and admission. Marked as response exhibit number 5 is a check history detail, which was withdrawn because it's the same as complaint 7. Marked as response exhibit number 6 is an employee list, and that was withdrawn because it's the same as complainants 3. Marked as response exhibit number 7 are 20 pages of notes. Marked as response exhibit number 8 is a sales summary, and that's withdrawn because it's part of respondents exhibit number 9, which is the sales summary for 2016 through 2021. Marked as response exhibit number 10 is an F&I log. Marked as response exhibit number 11 is a detail G/L inquiry reports for 2018 and 2019. Marked as response exhibit number 12 are text messages. This is withdrawn, and my understanding is because it's either was part of the next one or that it's duplicative of something. Marked as response exhibit number 13 are text messages from December 30, 2019 to April 29th, 2020. And this is stipulated to foundation and admission. Response exhibit 14 is skipped because it was to keep the numbering the same because it's the second page of R13. Marked as response exhibit number 15 is a medical excuse for March 29th, 2019, and that's been stipulated to foundation and admission. And response exhibit number 16, a job description was withdrawn because it's the same as complainants exhibit number 8. Does that accurately describe the respondents' exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and so then the who is your first witness, Mr. Culp?
I called Mr. Hansa adversely.
Okay. All right, sir, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you just state and spell your name?
Joey J. Hansa, Honsa.
And how are you spelling Joey?
Joey.
Okay, and go ahead with your adverse direct.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Hansa, the respondent in this case is HJV Inc. Do you have an ownership interest in HJV Inc.?
Yes, I do.
Does anyone else presently have an ownership interest in HJV?
No,
Has anyone else had an ownership interest in HJV from January 1, 2018 to the present?
yes.
Who?
Thomas Free.
How do you spell that?
ThomasFree.
And during what period of time did he have an ownership interest in HJV?
From the time you specified through November 1st, 2020.
Who presently serves on the board of directors for HJV?
I do.
Anyone else?
No.
Who served on the board of directors for HJV in December of 2019?
Thomas Free and myself.
Who are the present officers of HJV?
Myself.
Anyone else?
No.
Who were the officers of HJV in December of 2019?
Thomas Free and myself.
Can you explain to the judge the business operations of HJV?
I'm sorry?
Sure. Can you explain the business operations of HJV?
Oh, sure. We sell and service boats as well as have a marina for storage of boats.
Anything else?
Parts, accessory sales.
Anything else?
No,
Now, HJV has a trade name, Lakeside Marina, correct?
that is correct.
Does it have any other trade names?
It does not.
Is HJV organized into business units or departments?
Not sure I understand the question. If you're asking me if I have a sales department, service department type thing, yes, I do.
And
Parts
in addition, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Parts department, service department, sales department, and
And then administration?
it does have administration.
Now, Lakeside Marina is a dealer for both new and used boats, correct?
Yes,
During the last 5 years, has HJV placed more emphasis on the sale of new boats or used boats or both?
both equally important.
Has one or the other been emphasized more in the last 5 years?
Emphasis would be a tough word to comprehend. It can be taken several ways. At different times of the year, yes, you will cater to specific new or used product.
So over the last 5 years, there's no way for you to say that used boats or new boats have been emphasized in terms of an annual period, correct?
They're both equally important. They both were emphasized.
Now, what makes of new boats did Lakeside Marina sell in December of 2019?
Chaparral boats, recon boats,
Recon?
yes, RECON. It's a fishing boat, fiberglass fishing boat. In the time frame, it may have been Miracraft boats as well. We let them go, but I can't tell you the exact date that was.
Is it fair to say that since December 2019, Lakeside Marina added new makes of boats to its inventory, including Godfrey and Hurricane?
That would be correct, yes.
And adding new makes of boats has an impact on the ability to sell boats to the public, correct?
It can, yes.
And you have a wider variety of different makes and a wider variety of different models of boats to be able to offer to the public, correct?
Yes,
And the expectation is that when you add new makes of boats, that you're going to make more money on a gross revenue basis and on a net profit basis, correct?
the potential is there. Circumstance can alter that philosophy, though.
Sure, but you're a business owner, correct?
Correct.
Your purpose is to make money, correct?
What am I for? Yes.
You don't exist if you lose money, correct?
Correct.
So the intent is when you add additional makes of boats that you're going to earn more gross revenue and earn more profit, correct?
Or maintain the same levels due to lack of inventory from other manufacturers.
Has HJV added any other makes of boats other than Godfrey and Hurricane since December of 2019?
No, they have not.
How many individuals does HJV presently employ?
14.
And who are they?
Myself, Thomas Free, Corey Bodenbach,
And
Sawyer Erickson,
could you spell the uh, Bodenbach? How do you spell that?
Bodenbach,
Go ahead.
Sawyer Erickson,
And how are you
that's
spelling
the one.
Sawyer?
I'm sorry, sir.
How do you spell the Sawyer in this?
Sayyer,
That's Erickson.
Erickson.
Okay.
Wendy Kohler, Wendykohler. Troy Keller, Troykeller. Ryan Vandehey, Ryanvandeyhey. Thomas Smock, Thomassmock. Dustin Coons, Dustinkunz. Damon Toshner, Damentoshner. Lucas Kallman, Lukaskallman. Daniel Jansen, Danieljansen. Caitlin Schneider, Kaitlanschneider. Lynschneider. Timothy Bennett, Timothyben. I don't know if there's two N's or not. Benett is what I believe it is, but it could be Bennett. And I believe that is my staff.
And I might have missed it. Did you say Dustin Coons, Kunz?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Anyone else who is presently employed?
I'm going to refer to the employment list just to clarify.
Peter, respondents exhibit 6 was, an employee list. And that's what he's gonna refer to. Is that okay?
That's fine if it's okay with the judge.
Well, as long as it's clear what he's looking at. And what's the bait stamp number on it?
ERD 008.
172? I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's exhibit R6, and it's on the top, ERD 172.
Okay,
R6 was withdrawn because it's the same as C3. So for purposes of clarity of the
Yeah.
record, C3, which is bait stamp ERD 008.
yeah.
Thank you.
And just to check, just to ask, sir, do you see, is this employee list, does it appear accurate to you?
Yes.
Okay,
Um,
is there a stipulation to, because it obviously includes people who have left and, as far as their time, other things, then rather than dealing with it as positions as well, and sir, do those job title, position descriptions appear accurate to you?
Thomas Free is no longer vice president.
But he was at one time?
Yes. The rest of the positions are accurate.
Is there a stipulation to admission of complainants 3?
Yes.
Any
Yes, sir.
objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then complaints exhibit number 3 is admitted. So go ahead, and I just would note that, that means that its contents are admitted and it doesn't have to be testified to additionally to that. So go ahead to the next question.
Based upon that admitted exhibit, would you agree that Serena Ludovic remains employed?
He does not.
So in that respect, this exhibit is inaccurate.
Or I'm not following. I'm sorry.
Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
I don't. But
Complainants
I do not.
3. Okay. If you look at Serena Ludovic, there is no data termination, correct?
That is correct. Yes, there is no date of termination because she left after this was filed.
Okay, then let's just deal with the thing is that a date, because it doesn't have anything after 2020 and anything. Is that, do you remember when this list, when was this list accurate accordingly? And that has to do with Mr. Free as well. There was a time when this was prepared that it was accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes,
And when was that?
with how long this has gone on, I could not answer that when this was provided.
Okay, so, but it dealing with that, it doesn't have anything, did those two changes happen in 2021 or after?
I don't have the exact dates, Your Honor. They're recent. It was, I believe, 2020, late 2020 on Mr. Free changing position, Serena leaving. I would have to go to her file and determine the exact date of it.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that since the last date of the last event, or that is on this, is Mr. Koechel's termination on December 18th, 2020, then this was this intended to be accurate as to that time? And it was, you acknowledged that it was not accurate regarding the Mr. Free.
There's more to it than that, and because I don't have Ryan Vandehey nor Troy Keller on this list as well. Those are new hires after this list was formed.
Right,
So
I'm just trying to dealing with that. The matters as far as stipulation admission as to a date that viewing the situation, because you know, in the future regarding these things and agreements, that would be helpful to deal with these things prior to my rulings rather than raising the issues with the exhibits after that we seem to have had a stipulation. So other than the question that I would just ask, and just trying to deal with this clear, other than that Mr. Free had stopped being vice president sometime in 2020, was this accurate at the beginning of 2021?
to the best of my recollection, yes.
Your Honor, and Peter, would it help? I have my computer up. I have a file stamp date on the PDF when this was given to me. That date is November 3rd of 2020 at 7:05 p.m.
But how could that work when a variety of couple of things hadn't been entered yet? At least certainly Dean Koechel's date of termination would after that date that you have, right?
Judge, I'll just state for the record that that is another error on this list. He wasn't terminated on December 18, 2020. It was actually 2019, and it was the 23rd of December. So that adds some more confusion to what Mr. Hansa indicated was a true and accurate document.
Okay, and that you stipulated to being a true and accurate document. So, okay, so we have and is it acknowledged that the discharge was in 2019? Because I suddenly had written down that it was December 21st, 2019, not December 18th, 2020.
That I agree with.
Okay, so we have, and then we also dealing with the matter we have as far as that date for that you're talking about, even if that's a mistake, then we also have the Hunter Armstrong leaving on December 18th, 2019. Oh, you said that it was prepared in November of 2020. Is that what you said, Mr. Olson?
Date's timestamp.
Correct, Your Honor. I had his timestamp of November 3rd of 2020.
Okay. Um, all right. So my understanding is that given this situation, that it's admitted, but then the parties can establish as far as in dealing with these things, but there are a variety of discrepancies and questions about when this was prepared. And so that neither side is claiming that it is completely accurate as any particular time period. But it does helpful to have a list um, and that, as I understand it for the record, if things are not pointed out as inaccurate, that I will understand the things not indicated to be inaccurate, well, I will understand to be inaccurate to the extent that they matter. Okay, but it's admitted, but it's acknowledged that that there are some questions um, regarding this. But I just would note that, as you said, that the um, file stamp. Can you just give me that date again?
Yes, Your Honor, it's November 3rd of 2020.
Okay, and of course, um, then it would appear as though there's just one thing afterwards, and that is Mr. Koechel's date of termination and reason were obviously dated after that, even though they were before that. Um, so anyway, go ahead with the next. Um, it was sounding cleaner and dealing with until we deal with life, and then life ends up being much more messy than other things. So go ahead to the next question.
Thank you, Judge. We look at the next person, Sean McCreedle. Is Sean currently employed?
No, he's not.
And so Sean either left or was let go sometime between November 3, 2020 and the present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then likewise, Summer Wenhard, Wenhardt, was Summer let go or left sometime between her hire date of July 13, 2020 and November 3, 2020?
Yes.
Now, I noticed that this list does not include Dieng Deng, which is first name Dieng, last name Deng, Deng. How come this list doesn't have his name listed?
I do not know.
But you acknowledge that Mr. Deng was employed at HJV, correct?
Yes.
And you agree that he was employed at the time that Mr. Koechel was terminated, correct?
No.
Now, if we look at this list, Mr. Hansa, and we use the date of December, whether it's the 18th of 2019 or December 21 of 2019, it doesn't matter. HJV employed 15 individuals at that time when Mr. Koechel was terminated, correct?
I would have to go back and review that. I mean, I'm not readily available to, in my brain to say, this is how many I had on X date. I can get that information, but it's not something I'm readily able to tell you.
Well, I think we can, and let's go through it. I'll try to make it a little easier for you. Complainant exhibit number 3, page ERDOA 008.
Just a second in dealing with the matter, that my understanding, am I correct that this is, the sole purpose of this is to establish coverage or issues regarding federal coverage?
Yeah, this is to determine whether or not um, the number of employees that HJV employed at the time of termination. This was obviously disclosed on February 17 of 2022. And when we looked at it, we determined that there were 15 employees at the time of termination.
Okay, but my understanding is that this is not this, there's two things about, one, to the extent to which at this point that I don't know the way the cross-filed or other federal jurisdiction goes on this, but I know that I won't be making a determination regarding that issue. And I don't understand that this process is designed to deal with, to establish federal coverage.
Right, Judge, there's a
So,
couple of things. Number one, I think it's the EEOC who issues a right to sue based upon the filing of the ERD, whether or not it has been cross-filed
well,
at the time when it was initially filed. But more importantly, we would have the right to make a oral motion to amend the complaint only with respect to the 15 employee issue. Now that
it's not on
evidence,
the, and I just is saying it's not, I don't understand the reason for the not cross-filing is because when the complaint was filed, that the box was checked less than 15. I, that's why it was not cross-filed. So I don't believe, I mean, if you look at the attachment to the, if you look at the document attached to the complaint, it's because of what was put in the complaint. I don't have any ability or the situation to change, amend, do something to that circumstances, or, and what their position as to whether or not that if you can establish it at this point for the EEOC as to what would happen or dealing with the filing and all those things. Those are outside of my authority, ability, role, etc. And this is a hearing on the merits of this claim before me, and is not it's not about that is not a factor. Um, you the attorneys have undoubtedly had more experience with the EEOC than I, but our situation is that we are concerned or deal with things in relation to the cross-filing matter. And there's also the indication that my understanding is that you've represented the complainant for some time during this process and have not sought during that time to correct that situation where all the communications have not involved an EEOC case number. So those are not things for this hearing today. I have no role on that. You even either be to the EEOC or file something in circuit court, or I don't know what in the circumstances. But you see in the matter that there was a decision or action by the complainant to do that and not by us.
And so, on the record, we made an oral motion to amend the complaint, but before I can do that, I need to establish the evidence upon which the amendment.
I can't amend the complaint in that manner. At least I've never heard of any of the circumstances, and I certainly can't do it at hearing. In the matter, and this amendment has nothing to do with the scope of this hearing. It has to do with right somewhere else, and whether or not I have no. Okay, you have two different things, and just would note this. You have the our actions are based upon the contract that we have with the EOC to cross-file and to process complaints. Okay, so my understanding is that we have our actions are solely on that way. We have no authority to make any rulings connected with federal law. There was a determination made back when this was filed in connection with that the situation did not warrant cross-filing because of the number of people in the respondent. At least that's how I would understand in the circumstances. And so that is totally dealing with the matters of the contractual obligation in the situation. But the issue as to whether or not what it would take at this point to have the EEOC case resurrected or created or be able to file in federal court are entirely matters for the EEOC, and that simply is not within my jurisdiction to make any rulings pertaining to any rights under federal law.
Okay. So the oral motion is to amend is denied?
Yeah, because I don't have, and it's not amendment of the complaint anyway. You're trying to amend and just dealing with, you're trying to amend an attachment to the complaint, which is not even in the pleadings for these cases. It is and I just for to make sure that dealing with that, this is, let me just, I believe it has all the, yes, it is called, and I note two things. One, that it's called a process information sheet, and the box was checked less than 15, and you are listed as the contact person in the relationship so that he was represented at the time. So there's no argument regarding that question, and you could have checked something else.
So just to clarify, Judge, are you saying that that informational sheet is not part of the complaint such that it cannot be amended as part of the amendment process?
I have never heard of that being amended or being part of the process. It does not have anything to do with our jurisdiction. It is only the complaint. And so my understanding is that any use of that document it's called an information sheet for a reason. And that it has to, it has, among other things, potentially confidential settlement information on it, statistical information, which would not be appropriate for the complaint in general. It involves information that are clearly not in and has to do with whether or not we file with other agencies. It doesn't have to, it's not information that is appropriate to put down. I mean, it has a whole bunch of things that are inappropriate to put on a complaint. I mean, it has
No, I
including
agree.
the complainant's date of birth, which for anything other than age cases is completely inappropriate to put down on these matters. And, so, and settlement positions, sex, complaint race, I mean, those things are clearly matters that do not belong on the complaint and should not be on the complaint.
Other than, go ahead.
So to go on to other things, I mean, obviously in the matter that you have every right to see regarding the try to convince EEOC or federal court, however you want to do it, but that's for them to deal with, not me. Go ahead.
Now, with respect, other than looking at, again, complainant's exhibit 3, other than the corrections that we noted on the record, there are no other corrections that are needed to make this true and correct as of December 18 of 2019, correct?
I don't recall the circumstances of what this was prepared for. It was such a long time ago. On it, to the best of my recollection, yes, but to seeing the error of the typo of the 2020 from the 2019 on Dean, I believe so.
So going back to November 3, 2020, the recollection is a little fuzzy.
Correct.
Are you related by blood or marriage to any of the individuals who you identified as presently being employed at HJV?
No,
Caitlin Schneider?
no,
With respect to Corey Bodenbach, when was he hired?
and I don't have the records in front of me to know the exact date to be precise that you would want.
Okay. What about a general understanding of when he was hired?
Maybe we got it right here.
Again, Mr. Olson, please do not show him anything unless you're asked in the circumstances. People's
sorry.
memory and stuff is relevant, and I want the record to show, to be able to see how people's memory works. That requires a clear record. So unless it is described in the record, please do not show him or assist him with his testimony. Thank you.
I apologize, Your Honor. I did, just for the record, so you know, I just directed his attention back to that employee exhibit we were looking at. Mr. Bodenbach is listed there with a date of hire. I apologize.
Okay, is there a reason why that you think that, Mr. Culp, that his date of hire listed on that would be inaccurate or not appropriately addressed, or?
At this time, no, I don't have any reason to challenge that, but as we go forward in cross-examination, there either may be context to that date or it may turn into a different date. But I don't know that as of yet. I think I wanted to pinpoint the fact that Mr. Hansa indicated that his recollection is fuzzy to November 3, 2020. He couldn't identify with any certainty the date of hire on January 6th of 2020 of Corey Bodenbach, but I suspect he's going to have a crystal clear memory about events that took place just 2 weeks before that.
Okay, well, there are, and that is also in dealing with the matter that asking people about their memory regarding things that are not relevant to this case, I do not view as appropriate questioning. Of course, people have different things for which they remember more. There's all kinds of reasons for it, and um, I'm not a memory expert, and I'm regarding the strange natures. I mean, they've also said, and as I get older myself, my understanding is that as people get into certain stages of life, that suddenly remember things from 50 years ago become way more memorable than things that happened last week. And so anyway, I'm not gonna so in that situation that please, if it's not relevant to the matter, we'll find out what that is, and I'll have to judge credibility on the circumstances. Um, but taking memory tests are not something that I view appropriate part of testimony. Go ahead.
So do you have any reason to disagree that he was hired on January 6th of 2020?
Do not.
Into what position was he hired?
He was hired as a product specialist for the marina. And the reason that I hired him was for his F&I capabilities.
Do you realize that on your internet, as of today, he's only listed as a product specialist and he has no moniker or title of F&I manager?
Sure, absolutely.
What were his duties and responsibilities from the date of hire to the present?
Well, varied. There was many responsibilities and duties on it. The business is being seasonal has a ongoing, and how many employees I have, it can change from week to week from it. But his main duty was to install an F&I department that was profitable.
You knew, so what were his duties?
Sorry?
What were his duties and responsibilities?
His main duty was to get the F&I department operating procedures in place so we could become an effective F&I facility.
And what is F&I?
Finance and insurance is um, financing the boat sales that we do and then selling a product additions to it. Extended warranties, gap insurance, there's the actual or priority plus servicing, there's multitude of front and back end products.
Okay, go ahead.
He also
I
had
just don't know these initials, so please explain them to me. I'm not aware of the initials. Go ahead to the next one.
Sure. Thank you, Judge. He also had responsibilities to sell new and used boats, correct?
Yes, he was also in sales, correct?
And he also had the responsibility to manage the sales department or the sales business unit, correct?
No, I wouldn't call him I didn't hire him as a sales manager. I hired him to implement, the reason he appealed to me was because of his F&I abilities and his salesmanship.
Okay. You knew Corey Bodenbach before January 6th of 2020, correct?
Only from interview.
Did you know that he worked before the interview? Let me step back. How did the two of you connect for him to consider HJV as an employer or for you to consider him as an employee?
He actually sought us out. He visited my partner at the time, Tom Free, at his place of residence and just asked nonchalantly inquired about us, I guess, from that standpoint. He sought us out, basically.
He was the sales manager at Team Winnebago Land in Oshkosh here, correct?
I don't know what his title was. I know he worked at Team Winnebago.
And you weren't part of that visit at your partner's house, correct?
I was not.
And do you know when that visit took place?
I do not.
If he was hired on January 6th of 2020, does that give you any better idea as to how long before that that visit took place?
Summer would be my,
Summer
yeah.
of 2019?
Kind of there, yeah.
Okay. And then from summer of 2019 until his date of hire, there were communications between you and he or he and Mr. Free.
Yes,
And you interviewed him prior to December 23 of 2019, correct?
it was in that time frame. You're close. I can't, again, exact dates do not, I can't tell you an exact day or a date, but you're in the time frame.
Who interviewed Mr. Bodenbach?
I did.
Anyone else part of that interview?
No,
Who made the decision to hire Mr. Bodenbach?
I did.
And Mr. Bodenbach had to give a 2-week notice to his then employer, Team Winnebagoland, correct?
I don't believe so. I was not part of that portion with how he ended the relationship there.
So you don't know if it was a 2-week notice that he gave?
I do not.
But if we go 2 weeks prior to January 6th, that brings us to December 23 of 2019, correct?
Sure.
And that's the date that Mr. Koechel was fired.
No. It was on the 19th.
Are you
That's what I
certain of
do
that?
remember. Hmm?
What day of the week was that?
Don't recall the day of the week. The only reason I know it wasn't the 23rd is because my mother had heart attack issues there, and from admission to hospitals and whatnot. That's why I know those dates were not, there was nothing going on those days.
December 23 of 2019 was a Monday.
Okay.
And it was that Monday when you met with Mr. Koechel at 3 p.m. in your office at HJV headquarters and fired him, right?
I recall it as the 19th.
But you're not certain.
As certain as I can be.
What is it about December 19th that causes you to believe that he was fired then? Is there something you're relying upon in your mind?
My mother's heart attack.
Okay. And when did she have a heart attack?
Right at Christmas is the 23rd, 24th, right? It's right at that time frame.
So it'd be closer to December 23 than it would be to December 18th, right?
Yes.
So is it possible that you fired Mr. Koechel on December 23, that Monday?
Not to my recollection, no.
Isn't it true that in one of your exhibits, exhibit R13, ERD 202, you sent a text to Dean Koechel Monday, December 30th at 1:13 p.m. saying that your mother had a heart attack on Christmas Day?
But she was having issues in the hospital prior to that that were not, that were leading up to that, where it was, but the most major one was on Christmas Day.
Okay. Did she have other heart attacks before that?
I don't know if I'm not a doctor to be able to determine that. I just know that her pacemaker went off and that she ended up in the hospital.
Well, Mr. Hansa, it says in that exhibit, "Hello, Dean, how are you doing? My mom had another heart attack Christmas Day, and I've been in the hospital with her since then." So in other words, you weren't in the hospital with her before Christmas Day. You were in the hospital with her on Christmas Day when she had the heart attack.
No, that's not true. What it says is I've been in the hospital with her since then. That means I didn't go home, that I stayed in the hospital. Prior to that, I made visits to the hospital, but she was stable enough to where I was able to travel back and forth.
You would agree with me that Corey Bodenbach was born April 22 of 1992, correct?
Yes,
So at the time that you hired him, he was 27 years of age, correct?
it's correct.
And at the time that you fired Mr. Koechel, he was 69 years of age, correct?
50, yeah,
So you fired a 69-year-old and replaced him with a 27-year-old.
didn't replace him.
So Mr. Koechel was never replaced?
He was for the exact position that he had. No, he was not.
Well, let's put it all into context, Mr. Hansa. You fire Mr. Koechel on or about December 23, and that just happens to be 14 days prior to the date of hire of Corey Bodenbach. And you previously testified that he was involved in sales. Are you asking us to believe that Mr. Bodenbach shared none of the responsibilities that was performed by Mr. Koechel?
No, he did share some of the responsibilities, certainly.
And in fact, the firing of Mr. Koechel was one of the reasons you hired Mr. Bodenbach, so he could assume those duties and responsibilities that Mr. Koechel performed, right?
The main reason of hire was for his F&I abilities and to bring a new income producing department to my store.
At the time Mr. Bodenbach was hired, you had no evidence whatsoever from any source, record or otherwise, that he had any condition that impacted his ability to work, correct?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Sure, I wish I could ask the court reporter to read it back. At the time that you hired Mr. Bodenbach, you had no evidence whatsoever from any source, whether record or otherwise, that he had any condition that impacted his ability to perform work at HJB, correct?
Correct.
In other words, you had no information that he was disabled in any way whatsoever, correct?
Correct.
But yet when you fired Mr. Koechel, you knew he was disabled, correct?
No. No, not at all.
You didn't know at all.
I did not consider disability because out of his own mouth came the words that he was back to 100% or that he would be in very short order.
You remember that clearly?
I do.
You knew he had cancer, correct?
I did, yes.
And you accepted that, correct?
100%.
And he had esophageal cancer, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that, correct?
Yes.
And he told you that in August of 2019, correct?
September.
Wasn't August, but it was September?
It was in September when I learned of it. And the reason that that day stands out is because We had another employee that died that day. And that's how I can correlate that.
Which employee?
It was another salesman. He didn't work for us at the time, but he had worked for us previously.
Well, I'm looking at ERD 008, complainants 3. Where on this list that you said was accurate and complete through November 3 of 2020? Let me step back. Complainants 3 says employee list, and underneath it says January 1, 2018 to the current. And we previously established that this list is current through November 3, 2020. Show me where on this list your employee died. Which employee?
That he was employed previous to that time frame, is what I'm saying. He wasn't
Gotcha.
an employee at the time that he died.
Okay. What was his name?
Eric Zabel.
How do you spell that last name?
Ziebell. I'm guessing at that. I believe that's what it is.
Judge, can I take a couple minutes with my client, a break?
We had a wake about this time to do anyway, so yes, we'll take our mid-morning break.
Thank you, Judge.
Look up- I'm sorry, I did look up the guy's obituary. It's Eric, ERIC, and the last name is Ziebell. I just
Art-
went did a Google search.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead with your next question.
Okay. So, Mr. Haza, your testimony is that you did not know that Mr. Koechel had cancer until September of 2021, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. And you related to when someone by the name of Eric Zabel died, correct?
Yes.
And do you have any reason to disagree that Mr. Zabel died on September 16, 2019?
I do not.
And so, and I'll come back and establish some basic issues, but I want to keep going a little bit further on this one. Mr. Koechel disclosed to you on or about September 16, 2019, that he had esophageal cancer, correct?
I don't think he told me that he had esophageal. I think he said he just had cancer on that day.
And on that day, he told you that he was going to be receiving chemotherapy treatment in connection with his cancer diagnosis, correct?
He said what I recall was that he wasn't sure of what the treatment would all entail, but that it was going to be extensive. That's at that point, what I remember.
Do you remember him using the words chemotherapy?
I don't, not at that time.
But subsequent to that,
It's very close to that, though, that he would have relayed that information. I just can't say it was that day exactly.
sure. So sometime in September of 2019, he relayed to you that he was going to be receiving chemotherapy treatment for his cancer diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't have any reason to disagree that he had cancer or reason, well, stop there. You had no reason to disagree that Mr. Koechel had cancer, correct?
I did not.
And you had no reason to disagree that Mr. Koechel would be receiving chemotherapy treatment to treat his cancer, correct?
That's correct.
And likewise, he also told you in September of 2019 that in addition to chemotherapy, he would be receiving radiation treatment for his cancer, correct?
But I thought that was one and the same, but yes,
Okay. And thereafter, Mr. Koechel was unable to work, right?
correct.
And there was a period of time, 3 months, where Mr. Koechel was out of the physical workplace, correct?
Yes.
That was September, October, November, and December, correct? 4 months.
Well, he wasn't completely out. There were days that he did come in, but not for extended, nothing you could count on. There was no set schedule of a.
And his absence from work was due to his cancer and his cancer treatment, right?
Correct.
And you perceived him as having cancer because of what he told you, correct?
Yes.
One of the things I just want to mention that um, that have to be dealt with in the perception regarding cancer. And again, I want a record, and so that this issue can be decided or figured out how this works.
If
People
I could
use,
just make an objection on the record, and I hesitate to do this, number one, because I certainly am not in any way attempting to interfere with what you have to do as an administrative law judge. But what I don't want to have happen is a recitation of the law to educate this witness for him to then fashion his answers thereafter. I would hope that we can just continue on. I can create the record, and then at some point later on, you can interject and mention it. But I don't want this witness coached in any way by anyone.
I noted that, but one of the things is that when I don't raise things, then I tend not to get a record that I want. Could he just step out of the room for a minute?
So to go behind that desk and close that pocket door and then close the other door.
And, I understand, but the thing is, to me, I have to wrestle with these things. And again, regarding briefing and other things that you can decide what to do or assist or otherwise. My understanding is under the law, cancer is a little different because of the need to deal with periods where people will say that they're cancer free and that they've been cured and make certain comments like that suggesting that it isn't permanent. My understanding is that as to an actual disability, there has been generally a decision made that we understand, at least that I've seen regarding the proofs of actual disability, that we understand that is a hopeful view, but given the understanding of the extent to which the rate that remissions end is so much higher than of people who don't have or haven't had cancer, that we don't consider them to be, is that the Mr. Culp, is that I'm always, when you vanish, I always am concerned that it is the fickle finger of frequencies or
I took
something.
my keyboard and moved it from this side over here, and all of a sudden it went stop video. That's the only reason.
Okay, well, I'm just, to see that I'm paying attention, and so you know that you're important. My understanding is regarding, because of the situation, that there's a recognition that a variety of these things are wishful thinking, and so that generally, in my understanding, almost all cases that we have found as an actual disability, that cancer is, for all practical purposes, permanent, and that it that people's talk about being cancer free and stuff is sort of hopeful, optimistic, and dealing with things which doesn't have particularly a basis in medical science. So my understanding is that basically, as to an actual disability, that it is always found to be an actual disability, to my knowledge. Would either of you dispute that it is almost very consistently, if not always, considered to be a permanent condition, even though the symptoms of it may not be? Would you agree with that?
From the complainant's perspective, we wholeheartedly agree, because you can never rid your body of cancer. You can only suspend your symptoms.
Yeah, and in a variety, but the thing is, in the matter is that my understanding is that whether a person hearing about cancer understands that to be the case or not, my understanding is that it potentially or dealing with matters. People use language which suggests that it's temporary. People make mentioning and dealing with the situations and the extent to which the general public believes that somebody has, is that this is a temporary or otherwise condition, varies. So I just wanted to say that my understanding is that, again, because one of the things that I try to do, and the reason why I mention these things, is I try to, if any of you have gotten my findings of fact, I try to make them complete, to put all parts of the things in. It's a very pedantic, I try to, build the pieces. And my understanding is that in perceived or record of disability, that we have a situation where that the definition of it, and this is again for argument in dealing with cancer as well, and this is dealing with, I don't think we've had since that the extent to which people would understand somebody's remission to constitute or cure to be regarding that it's removed is something that my understanding is I have to legally and factually deal with. Okay, you can still obviously make the arguments, but I just wanted to say that, people talk about being after treatment, and that's your secretary or whatever.
What's that, Judge?
That's the secretary or somebody that you're talking to?
No, the non-witness in the room.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, and dealing with that, and I hope that she will be instructed not to share this, at least with him. It would have been better if she left also. But anyway, I'm just saying that my understanding is that cancer, especially the language that people use, of people talk about being cancer free, people talk about being, then this optimistic manner, which certainly in the matter that I in no way intend to criticize in the slightest. I don't have it. I don't like, I've lost people to cancer. I don't like it as a situation. Whatever they do to survive is good by me. But I'm saying that how people interpret that or understanding the condition, and frankly, the extent to which they think that the person involved thinks that the condition is going to affect their ability to work in the future, my understanding are factors which I need, because obviously it would appear to me if somebody thinks that the condition is not going to affect their ability to work any point in the future, the likelihood that they will view that, it certainly is a different fact pattern in a different situation than if the person had a belief that the condition was going to continue to cause absences and other things in the future. So they the belief in the condition impacts regarding how they see that would happen, and impacts upon whether they are likely to view that as something which they affects their view of somebody's employment. I just wanted to point out and raise these questions because I'm going to have to deal with them. And my understanding is I continue to have the idea that I operate in the the legal circumstances that I do, regardless of whether the parties bring that up to me or not. If I am aware of this is the legal circumstances that the world is in right now, I have to make a decision to reflect what I understand to be the law or the questions posed by the law, whether you raise them to me or not. So I think that it's a service to you, at least that's my idea, to raise the questions anyway so you can deal with them rather than having the question that I have unaddressed by either in the testimony or in the briefing, and then you find out about it later when you can't do anything about it. So anyway, that's all I had to say regarding the question. I think you both, I mean, cancer poses some different issues for us legally and factually in these cases than some other conditions that are consistently impact on somebody. And, epilepsy is, it causes problems every day. There's no inconsistency about it whatsoever, but everybody knows that it's a permanent condition that's going to affect your life every day. Cancer is not like that. And so anyway, we have to deal with this stuff. So my point made, I won't raise it the further, but I'm, um, again, I think it's better for you to know things that are in what I understand to be the questions rather than for you to find out them about for the first time when I'm writing my decision.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Judge, and I meant absolutely no disrespect
No,
to
I think
you.
it's reasonable not to have, that dealing with and not have him here there, but I think that this was my sort of compromise in the matter to say, at least I want to raise that issue to you. And I also have this thing that I just mentioned is I want law to reflect reality. It's the strange thing. I don't want the law that we come up with to be something that people look at it and say, well, I know that's the law, but it doesn't have any relationship to the world as I know it. I don't want that to be the law. I mean, I want us to deal with whatever messiness in there of life that there is and to say, okay, at least in my decision, I've dealt with what people are dealing with in real life. And that's what I think the law should address so that we will read it and say, at least that I may not agree with him, but he was dealing with life, not dealing with something else. So anyway, go ahead and get your client back and we'll continue.
Thank you. Mute. Where's my pen?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Hansa, prior to that discussion with Mr. Koechel that we've been talking about, you believe occurred somewhere mid-September of 2019. Had you known anyone to have cancer?
No one close. No
Okay.
one that I would have had experience with.
Okay. What about someone who you just knew about that had cancer?
I knew that there was people got cancer, yes.
Okay. And as of mid-September of 2019, did you have an understanding that cancer can never be cured 100%?
No, I still, to this day, I'm not aware of that. I've known people that are in full remission, and I figured that they're cured.
Okay. And so did you have an understanding that remission was cure as opposed to symptoms being held at bay?
I guess I never thought of it. I thought when remission that you were cancer free, basically. That's been my interpretation for my life.
And so was it your interpretation that remission strike that. As of mid-September of 2019, you had no information that Mr. Koechel's cancer was in remission, correct?
Other than the conversation that we had that he was gonna be back at 100%, and
Did he tell you that in mid-September 2019?
no, not in mid-September. That was when we had the exit.
When did he say that?
When we were at when he was terminated.
After you told him he was terminated, he said to you that he
No, it
felt
was
he
prior
could
to
come,
that. It was prior to me telling him that.
but it was all part of the discussion
Yes,
on December 23 or thereabouts,
yes.
but never before December 23 of 2019 did Mr. Koechel ever say to you that he was in remission?
He said he was making great strides at coming back, that things were going well.
But that's an answer to a different question. My question to you was simply, he never told you prior to December 23, 2019, that his cancer was in remission.
Correct.
You knew prior to December 23, strike that, you knew from mid-September of 2019 until December 23, 2019, that his cancer was active, correct?
What does active mean? Present?
It's not in remission, it's active, right?
Okay, yes.
And you knew he was actively treating for his cancer from mid-September of 2019 until December 23 of 2019, correct?
I just would note in the situation
Of the treatment,
that
correct.
that it would be, I think inappropriate so that uh, this witness has said it wasn't December 23rd, and he made it clear that he didn't believe it was 23rd. But my understanding is that since you keep saying the 23rd, he's answering your question otherwise. I am not, am I correct regarding what you've been doing, sir, as far as in response to the questions?
Well,
My understanding, just to check, my understanding is that you have, Mr. Hansa, that you indicated that you are convinced it wasn't on December 23rd, and you made clear to that, right?
yes.
Okay, so my understanding is that in answering these other questions that he's been referring to the 23rd, that you weren't correcting him every time, but that if your position wasn't changed, is that correct?
Well, slightly, and he said thereabouts, so I, I don't do this to be, if it's gotta be splitting hairs to it, then we gotta go right to the date, that's fine. When he says
No,
thereabouts, I'm thinking that I'm okay to answer it as my date versus his date. If
yeah,
that's
so I'm just going to instruct in the matter that when we have a thing in dispute, my expectations of the attorneys that they will ask a question in a way that doesn't presume a fact, not an evidence, or that it's a state the thing, because obviously, you know, it is a waste of time to every time you ask the question for him to have to reject the question because you're stating the wrong date and all this kind of stuff, and he's been going forward on that. But I just would instruct in the matter that that your questions, that none of these questions will be viewed as changing his testimony regarding what the date that he's claiming that it was, and you instructed to ask the questions in light of, you know, stating the date of discharge or whatever in a manner that doesn't presume um, a fact contrary to what this witness has said, um, because you know, that puts them in a position of having to. Um, well, anyway, it just. So please restate your questions in a manner that's neutral onto the date, um, and go forward with the next question.
Okay. Mr. Hansa, would your answers to my prior questions change in any way if I said on or about December 23, 2019?
possibly only from the standpoint from the date that he came in, the conversation that we had, that he was gonna back to the 100%. That would be the day that I would have that knowledge, not 23rd.
And that was the day of the termination, correct?
Correct.
But prior to that meeting, before he stepped into your office, you had already made the decision to terminate him, correct?
Technically, no. I wanted to get a feel for where he was and what his future plans were for the marina. The business was taking a severe downturn from the lack of sales, and by us going downward, I had to figure a way to bring us back up and make money. That's what I'm there for. And our conversation is what led me. Was I prepared to? Yeah, had I thought about it? Absolutely. But I wanted to give him every opportunity to, hey, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go forward and give me a game plan.
So is it your testimony that never before the meeting on or about December 23 of 2019, had you made the decision to terminate Mr. Koechel?
A solid decision? No, I did not. But I
Okay.
had thought about it, yes.
And we can quibble with the word solid, but it was more probable than not that you were going to fire Mr. Koechel on December 23, 2019, or thereabouts.
No, I would not agree with that.
So it was less likely that you were going to terminate him when you met with him on or about December 23, 2019?
It was totally how he was going to interpret and the path that he was going to take that directed that.
So is it your position that you made the decision to terminate him during that meeting?
Correct.
How long was the meeting?
Approximately an hour.
Wasn't it 5 minutes?
No, it was not 5 minutes.
Do you have any documentation to prove that it was 1 hour?
I do not.
Do you have any witnesses to support your position that it was 1 hour versus 5 minutes?
No, I do not.
Was the meeting at roughly 3 p.m. in the afternoon?
Ballpark.
And the meeting was at your office, correct?
Correct.
And the meeting was just you and Mr. Koechel, correct?
That is correct.
So you were the one that made the decision to hire Corey Bodenbach, and then you were the person to make the decision to fire Mr. Koechel, correct?
That's correct.
You remember Mr. Koechel being completely surprised by the decision to terminate him?
I don't know if that I would call it surprised. At the end of the meeting, he basically said that he understood. As we went through the declining sales numbers that he had, and we went through the inventory that I was stacked with because of his purchases, and trying to get a game plan together to relieve that inventory and make us profitable again, that he didn't have any comebacks. Basically, his comment was, I don't know what you, meaning me, you are going to do with all that inventory. And that pretty much was the decision maker that I based my decision on to move forward with terminating.
Mr. Hansa, why is it that as part of your exhibit production in this case, you produced none of the data that you supposedly reviewed in your decision discussion meeting with Mr. Koechel on or about December 23, 2019? Where is it?
What data would you, we didn't need data to produce. He knew what inventory we had. He knew he purchased it all. These is the stuff that we talked about were the boats that were the problem boats. They had been the problem boats before he got sick with cancer. I still have them at the time of the termination. It's nothing changed from that.
Did you review data or information about sales or revenue or anything with him on or about at that meeting on or about December 23, 2019?
In general terms, again, he knew his production was down because we have talked about it previous to this. I mean, the sales, we're there to make money, and when we're not, we got to discuss why we're not.
But to have the data in general terms, you had to be relying upon something that existed at that time of that meeting on or about December 23, 2019, correct?
I had the knowledge in my head of that we were down in sales and that the company was spiraling downward, and I didn't want to continue along that path.
And to have knowledge in your head, you had to read something, right?
I read it every day, yes.
So I'm just curious why you didn't produce that very data you were relying upon that was in your, that you read, that was then in your head, that you then supposedly conveyed to Mr. Koechel on or about December 23, 2019.
Because I was just talking in general terms with him. I didn't have to get to the dollar that the decline was. He was fully aware of the declining sales because we discussed it several times before. He was fully aware of the inventory problems that I had and how we were stacked.
Isn't it true that Mr. Koechel was a valued employee to you, Mr. Hansa?
Mr. Koechel was a personal friend. I knew him before I hired him. I analyzed the hire long and hard, trying to determine if he was the right fit for it because he came from the automotive industry on it, and I didn't know that he could ever fit in the boating world.
So my question, and I'm curious, I just asked if he was a valuable employee to you, Mr. Hansa, which is really a yes or no question, and then you have to go on and give me a narrative response. Should I be a little more clear with my questions?
You can. I'm
Okay.
trying to accommodate you. I don't
I
go
ju- I-
that often.
I will just give this instruction because my experience that everybody hates yes or no questions. Everybody tries to do things. My understanding in adverse cross that I'll give the instruction that there's a tendency for them to use, and most attorneys ask yes or no questions knowing that everybody dislikes them. So you're instructed to answer yes or no. And if you want to explain, then you can ask him. And if he says no, then you can talk to your attorney about it and to deal with it when it's your turn. But right now, it's Mr. Culp's turn to ask you questions. Is that helpful?
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you, Judge.
Go ahead.
Mr. Koechel was a valued employee to you, Mr. Hansa, correct?
Yes,
And he was a valued employee to you all the way up until the time that he told you he had cancer, correct?
less valuable at that time.
But he was valuable nonetheless, correct?
Yes,
Okay. At no time during the entirety of his employment was he ever formally disciplined for conduct-related matters.
I would say yes, he was.
Why is it then when I asked for the personnel file and you disclosed it, was none of that in there?
Because they were verbal, and I call a verbal a formal.
So when you put it in writing, what is it called?
Written warning. I didn't want to warn him. I wasn't going to warn him. I was going to.
You would agree with me that nowhere in the personnel file of Mr. Koechel is there any written evidence of any kind that Mr. Koechel was disciplined for any reason, including conduct and performance related reasons, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't, what was the answer?
Yes,
So there exists no written document, either in paper form or in electronic form, that identifies any discipline issued to Mr. Koechel for any reason, correct?
yes,
You have given written discipline in the past, correct?
no,
Never, ever.
never, ever.
Did you get rid of Robert Wolf, a service tech, on or about August 3, 2018, because he had physical restrictions?
Yes,
So he couldn't perform his job because he had physical restrictions and you terminated him.
he couldn't do the job that he was hired to do. And that was, I did not terminate him, he left. Because he could not do the job.
I want to go back and establish some foundational facts relative to Mr. Koechel's employment. He was an employee of HJV, correct?
Yes,
And his date of hire was February 8th of 2016, correct?
And you're looking at something, again, please don't, no matter what you just, if you're just saying that you understand that what was put it on that form is correct,
yes.
that's one thing, but if you don't remember the date, again, don't look at anything unless you're instructed to.
Do you have any reason to disagree, Mr. Hansa, that Dean Koechel was hired on February 8th of 2016?
I do not.
And you knew him previously, correct?
Yes, I did.
He was a friend of your family's, correct?
Yes,
And he bowled together with your parents, correct?
and with me.
And you knew him to be a good salesman, correct?
I'm sorry you cut out. I did not hear the question.
I'm sorry. You knew prior to you hiring him, you knew he was a good salesman, correct?
Not firsthand.
But based upon your due diligence investigation as part of the hiring process, you learned that he was a good salesperson, correct?
For automobiles.
But yet you hired him to be the sales manager for boats
Yes,
because you felt he had the necessary skills, qualifications, and abilities to do a good job for HJV, correct?
the more appeal was his car ability.
But he wasn't hired to sell cars for HJV, was he?
Yes,
Was
that
that
was
the
a
main?
major part of my hiring decision on it because we opened up an LLC with automobiles and that off season, when we don't sell boats in the off season on it, it gives us a income producing line. the appeal of him was tremendous from that avenue.
So I want to just understand, before you hired him or at the time you hired him in 2016, the primary duty and responsibility was for him to sell automobiles rather than boats?
In the off season, it would have been, yes, but when I hired him, it was a combination. I figured I could train him in boats and because he had the automotive experience as well.
Well, let's go to what you said in 2016. Complainants 5, ERD 010. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
The title of that document is employment agreement, correct?
That's correct.
And that's on ERD 010, correct?
Yes,
Let's go to the last page, ERD 014. Does your signature appear on that document?
yes, it does.
And what's the date?
2/8 of 16.
That would have been the date that you signed your name to that document.
Correct.
Then likewise, Dean Koechel's signature appears below yours, correct?
Yep.
And what date did he write his?
Remember, we have this is already admitted and stipulated to, so.
Yep. And the date that he signed it is February 8, 2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Going to ERD 010. That's an employment agreement between HJV and Dean Koechel, correct? Correct?
That is correct, yes.
Peter, if I could just go, he mumbled, uh-huh, so just when you
I'm
answer,
sorry.
just make sure it's a yes or no.
Okay, I didn't hear the thanks, Nate. I appreciate it. Can you point out to the judge where in this exhibit there's mention of responsibility or duty for selling automobiles?
There is none.
So back in 2016, this employment agreement you prepared, correct?
I did.
And you had a full and fair opportunity to prepare this document according to your expectations of Dean Koechel at the time that you hired him, correct?
Certainly.
And if you look at the top on ERD 010, it says Lakeside Marina is engaged in the business of selling, servicing, and storing boats, correct?
That's correct.
Nowhere do you say that Lakeside Marina is engaged in the business of selling or servicing or storing automobiles, correct?
Correct.
And then he was going to be employed as a sales manager, correct?
Yes.
Compensation is identified in paragraph 4, correct?
Yes.
And you agreed to compensate him at $600 per week through April 30, 2016, correct?
I mean, this is all in the agreement, so why are we going over just repeating things that were already stipulated to?
Yep, we're getting to kind of the point where I'm going to diverge a bit.
Okay, I would encourage you to go to these points rather than go over the things that are already admitted. Go ahead, next question.
That payment compensation is equivalent to $31,200 per year, correct?
Without a calculator, I'll say okay.
Well, I mean, if we take 52 weeks times 600, that gets you to 31,200, right?
Again,
Yep.
it's just dealing with math. This isn't testimony. Go ahead with the next question.
Then, starting on May 1, 2016, you agreed to pay Dean $1,195 per week, correct?
Yes,
You have any reason to disagree that that amounts to $62,140 per year?
I do not.
We go to complainant 6, that's ERD 015 is the first page.
Okay.
So in March 9, 2017 through April 30, 2017, you increased his wage to $1,200 per week, correct?
Yes,
And that's equivalent to 62,400 per year, correct?
okay,
You would agree with me that's a 100% increase in compensation from the prior year during the same period, correct?
yes,
You did that because you valued his salesmanship, correct?
no,
Was that just a gift to him?
this was fairly close. He came to me and told me he had another job position offered, and this was right at the time that our seasonality of our business kicks in, so replacing him would have been very difficult at that time, and he basically said, you pay me this or I'm gonna take the other job. And so I matched the pay that he brought at the other job.
What was the other job?
He was a general manager at a automotive place from what I recall.
Then starting on May 1, 2017, you increased his salary to $1,750 per week, right?
May I elaborate a little bit about the difference in that pay and how that works?
Actually, that's a little different than what I asked, but you can bring it up with Nate.
Okay, yes,
That's equivalent to $91,000 per year, correct?
yes, it is.
Would you have any reason to disagree that that was a 45.8% increase in compensation from the prior year during the same period?
No,
Now, there has been no subsequent employment agreement in written form signed by you and Dean Koechel since that employment agreement, correct?
correct.
So in other words, this employment agreement that has been admitted as complainant's exhibit 6 continued in effect until the date of his termination on or about December 23, 2019, correct?
Yes.
Turn to paragraph 15. Why did you not provide Mr. Koechel the 45-day written notice that was required?
The, that's written to have Dean supply me the 45-day written notice.
Well, does it not say, quote, this agreement may be terminated by Lakeside Marina upon written notice and by Dean upon 45 days written notice? Isn't that what it says?
Does Lakeside Marine may terminate employment without notice?
Yeah. It says if Dean is in violation of this agreement, Lakeside Marina may terminate employment without notice, correct?
It does say that, yes?
And so the idea and understanding as part of this employment agreement was that each of you would give 45 days written notice upon termination.
That was not the way that it was written or intended.
Was paragraph 4, the compensation, intended to be a rolling payment schedule from year to year?
Can you elaborate?
Sure. Given that this employment agreement continued until the date of termination, was it intended that the compensation would be paid to Dean from March 9, 2017 until April 30, 2017, correct?
It's set up for the 32 consecutive weeks and then 20 consecutive weeks. Yes, it was a rolling, if that's what you're referring, yes.
Yep. So that would apply each and every year until the date of termination, correct?
Yes.
And I may have covered this, but just for sake of completeness, there was never any subsequent written employment agreement that replaced or amended Complainant's Exhibit 6, correct?
Correct.
And Dean Koechel never took any action to terminate the employment agreement marked as Complainant's Exhibit 6, correct?
I'm sorry, Dean never,
Took any action to terminate that employment agreement that was marked as Complainant's Exhibit 6.
correct.
And at no time from March 9, 2017 until on or about December 23, 2019, did Dean Koechel ever violate any term or condition of that employment agreement?
May I have the time frame again?
Sure. March 9, 2017 until on or about December 23, 2019.
Yes, he did.
Do you have anything in writing that documents or supports any violation of any term or condition?
Well, I'm referring to when he was sick and couldn't work. I mean, that wasn't in effect at that point, obviously, because he wasn't turning in the time card.
So essentially that employment agreement was suspended because he was sick and couldn't work
Yes.
based on his
You
condition
had to
of,
be present, you had to be present to get paid. I mean,
based on his condition and treatment of cancer, correct?
I'm not understanding the question.
He had cancer and he had treatment for his cancer, and as a result, he could not work, correct?
Yes,
And as a result of his cancer and his treatment and his inability to work, you suspended the employment agreement, correct?
I don't know if suspended would be the right word.
Put it on hold?
Yes,
And you believe putting it on hold is different than suspension?
well, again, it's a matter of interpretation, and the way that I interpret it is, if he were sick and just a normal cold, flu, and was out for a week, he would have the option of either taking vacation or not being paid.
At no time from mid-September of 2019 until December, on or about December 23, 2019, was there ever an indication that Mr. Koechel was going to return to work at a particular date, correct? And as a result of that, you thought that you needed to go in a different direction and fire him and hire a 27-year-old Corey Bodenbach.
No, that's not correct.
Are you telling us under oath that there is absolutely no connection whatsoever between the firing of Mr. Koechel and the hiring of Mr. Bodenbach?
Correct.
You understood from mid-September of 2019 until on or about December 23, 2019, that Mr. Koechel could not work, correct?
Again, he did work. He did come in for a day, so to say that he couldn't work is not right. He did work.
Good point, and thank you for that clarification. He could not work what you expected him to work during that time period because of his cancer and his cancer treatment, right?
I was open-minded with it. He could work how he wanted. I let him choose the hours, the times, to his abilities. I'm not a doctor to determine what he could or he could not. He didn't bring me a notice. I let him be what he could be.
I just wanted to note that also that I am hearing a accommodation claim, Mr. Culp, and dealing with, in my understanding, and just again, I find that I can't get the answer right unless I get the question right.
And if we're
You
going to
are,
go into the
no,
detail, I would
it's
just
it's
ask,
not going to affect dealing with this decision, dealing with the matter, and maybe as far as in dealing with that necessary and the to the extent I'm just saying that um, just to I'll just say this in short. It is if if the consideration is just of his disability, in this case cancer, that is one thing. If the consideration is regarding something that is caused by his cancer, i.e. you're talking about his absence, that is basically an accommodation argument that these impacts of his cancer should not have been considered in the way that they were considered if they were considered. You both follow me? In my understanding is that, if just put it a different way, if he just decided not to show up for work any more than he did between the time when the situation, that an employer would have the right to treat him differently or even fire him for not showing up to work when he was supposed to show up for work. Okay, I mean, that's obviously if it's not for cancer. So they're trying to say that because his absence was because of cancer, this should have been accommodated in some manner, and that's an accommodation argument. And dealing with then we have, and this is dealing with a question as to whether, and this is also in the question that I have to deal with is that this hasn't been raised particularly as a argument on your part that I could tell. So the question as to whether or not the issue as to whether or not the respondent would have to raise the issue of hardship regarding the circumstances in the matter has not need to be raised because you haven't raised the argument that they failed to accommodate his condition by not his not suffering any adverse employment consequences because of his absences while he was getting treatment. Okay, so my understanding is that we have in the matter a difference in the circumstances between argument A, that it was just because he was believed that he was disabled that he was treated differently or that his termination occurred, and argument B, that the termination resulted from his absences that were caused by his disability, and so that they failed to accommodate him by treating this as essentially the reasonable forbearance that he be allowed to be absent this time while he was getting treatment on the hope that he'd go back, which my understanding is a reasonable forbearance argument. So anyway, my understanding is that from your questioning is that you intend to Mr. Culp to raise both of them, correct?
Correct.
Okay, well, anyway, that this wasn't clear from the beginning of this hearing, and just to check out, because it's a new argument on your part, are you claiming, Mr. Olson, that there's an issue regarding his absences causing a hardship on the respondent?
It appears to be that way, well, I guess I'm not,
Anyway, I think that as far as today in the situation, that given that we have two things and we don't have an answer and we have a variety of things that are not clarified, that my understanding is that if you intend to raise that, you need to raise that today so that there can be matters. I understand that that is, that there is, and my understanding in the circumstances as well is that accommodation requires proof of an actual disability, and that dealing with in these situations because there is clear in the matter that as I understand it, that commission has been clear that you don't have to accommodate a perceived handicap or a record of handicap. You only have to accommodate a proof of a disability. So this is the claim that we don't not dealing with a situation which I've tried to raise from the beginning. Now I'm getting clear in the situation that the argument, as I understand it, Mr. Culp, that you're making is an actual disability case, which requires proof of the health condition, which deals with the question as to whether it's hardship in order to, because if it is a hardship, that a employer has a right to consider the impact of a person's absence on their business. And it is not, they are different arguments. And, as far as the matter of, is it they are different arguments. And if they're mushed together, then they are not, I can't mush them together. They are different legal arguments. One has to be, as I said, one requires the proof of an actual disability, and the other one does not. So anyway, just to sort of to mention, and it's clear now that we have another claim that I didn't think that we were going to have, because I've tried to raise this regarding actual disability, but we're clearly having this is a reasonable forbearance argument. This is an argument as far as the decision as to whether there was a consideration of this absence when the absence was a reasonable accommodation, which did not pose a hardship, which if that's illegal. I mean, that's the line of that strain going back to that sleep apnea case. So my understanding is that we have just gotten into that argument or that situation, and also then the matter that if the parties are going to have to in the matter, because I am going to distinguish between your argument regarding the simply, that there's a difference between treated worse than, which is a simple disability case that you can use record of or perception of disability to do, and not treated better than, which, as I said, is asking to treat it better than if he just simply wasn't showing up for work that period of time. clearly that there's aspect that he was being accommodated, claim that he needed to be accommodated for the fact that he was having to deal with these horrible treatments for this horrible condition. And I just wanted to say that to you for, for the complainant, that both the condition and the treatments are horrible. And I don't think there's probably any dispute about that. But the thing is, that's an accommodation argument. So is any dispute, do either of you think I got the law wrong?
I think there's an argument to be made that even perceived disabilities are subject to the reasonable accommodation requirement, number one. Number two, I think with respect to cancer and the like, epilepsy, et cetera, I don't know that there needs to be any expert testimony. Number three.
Okay, let me say that thing. That's another. I mean, dealing with one at a time, which I prefer, so I can respond. I would say to the first one, my understanding is that Lurk has answered that question regarding the matter, and I will be following Lurk. If you want to reverse Lurk on the situation regarding whether that's possible, I'm following Lurk on that one.
Sure.
On the second one, what is necessary for proof of actual disability? Proof of accessibility in the situation, I don't know. We can argue that one as far as, I mean, the testimony must be proved by, it must be proven by competent medical evidence. That's the standard. Where the line is in the situation regarding a particular condition in the matter of the situation, I don't know. But it's certainly heck better to have you dealing with a situation on the questions at this point, rather than filing discovery that we have those issues after the testimony has been completed. I mean, I'm just, but as far as, are you disputing the fact that functionally in the matter, that your argument that about the extent to which that if he treated or did, I mean, we're talking about dealing with that one of the, you're talking about a timing situation where the discharge followed or dealing with a period of absence, right?
I'm not sure I follow that, Judge. I think
My understanding is that you've said or been laying out a situation, matter that he had limited ability to work during this period in the fall of 2019, and then he was discharged in December of 2019, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that the discharge follows this period of absence for treatment, right?
Correct.
Okay, so my understanding is that in this matter that anything regarding talking about it following or being related to or the impacting of that situation requires the analysis of the balance, of the balance. And just to check, have you dealing with over lunch in the situation that, anyway, I'm assuming that we have a hardship argument. I mean, is raised as well, because I'm stating partially articulating yours for you. I mean, the matter, I'm just, for both sides. I mean, I'm saying I would have to be wrestle with this, whether you talk about it or not, because my understanding is this is the law, and I'll apply the law regardless whether anybody brings it up to me. I mean, that's, I'm not going to apply something else. So in the circumstances, that my understanding is that everything having to do with the issue regarding whether there was a hardship or the impact of his being gone for this period of time prior to his discharge is going to be an accommodation question. Because obviously in the circumstances that if he was gone that much for something that wasn't protected, an employer would have every right to, I mean, if you take somebody who doesn't have a condition, who shows up for work as little as my understanding is he did during this period, I mean, you have every right to consider that in making an employment decision. So they're saying that, well, because he was disabled and his absences were because of chemo and radiation therapy, that he should have been accommodated and allowed to come back to work and not be penalized for having to be off, right? I mean, that's your argument. So then I have to evaluate what is the reasonable accommodation and what's the hardship in order to decide whether the law says that that's consideration of that to being time off is legal or not. So anyway, I will understand that that is what I will have to wrestle with, whether you produce that in your situation or not. So anyway, go ahead with the next, and it's also in the question as far as I don't know what you want to do. Clearly, in the matter that this hearing, we're going to use up all the time that we have, and I'm very sorry regarding having a medical thing myself today. But we can either, in the matter because of this, take an hour and you talk about that in the situation before that, or I can try to, we can try to push on until 2 or 2:30. What's your preference?
Nate, what do you think?
I'm okay with pushing on.
Me too.
Okay, I will try not to. I'm had a headphones, so any stomach rumbling that you hear a rumbling shouldn't come out in my mic. And I will, for you, because you're so important in the matter, that I will delay my lunch, which is a traumatic experience for myself, minor compared to other people's. So go forward.
Your Honor,
Judge,
if
in
we
that
do
case,
like just for a little bit so you can get something to eat, that's completely fine. We can take a little bit of a break too.
No,
So
I in this situation then go, because then I have to let it digest anyway. In this way, I will. So dealing with, I mean, as far as a shorter one, but dealing with may take another break of this one, and I'll in the matter, but it's dramatic. Anyway, I think I can make it. So go ahead with your next question.
okay, I forgot where I ended, so if I double back, I apologize.
Well, yeah, I think your last questions regarding that his not working as he wanted him to, and that's why I went in the direction I did.
Okay. Mr. Koechel worked some during the months of September, October, November, and December of 2019, but certainly not what you expected him to work, correct?
Correct. Well, I wouldn't say expect, again, my expectations with him having cancer were what he had. I have no idea. I never dealt with a cancer before. I didn't know. So,
And during those months of September, October, November, and December, you never asked him to return to work, correct?
no,
You never expressed to him that his absence was causing any financial hardship to HJV, correct?
when he would come in,
Now, and I just want you to answer my question instead of giving you a narrative, and certainly Mr. Olson can circle back and ask you to explain, but just my question. You never told him at
yes,
any
I did.
time. You told him it was a hardship?
Yes.
And that financial hardship was a factor in your decision to get rid of him?
No,
It wasn't. What you could have done, Mr. Hansa, is on November 23. You could have sat down with Mr. Koechel and set forth a game plan to reincorporate him into your business and to get him up and running again after his absence from cancer, right? You could have done that.
yes,
You never engaged in the flexible, interactive process of finding out what, if anything, he needed as an accommodation for his condition of cancer, correct?
yes, I did.
Well, you never met with him in the second half of September of 2019 about it, correct?
The days that he came in,
So in each and every one of those days, you asked him what was necessary or what he needed from HJV in order to allow him to do his job?
Yes, I did.
And that same is true in October, November, and December of 2019?
Yes,
Where is it in writing?
there is no writing.
Where's your witnesses?
Take a man at his word.
Did you ever offer to send him to a doctor of HJV's choosing to find out what accommodations would have been helpful in order to reincorporate him back into the workplace?
No,
And that was not a discussion subject you had with him when you met with him on or about December 23, 2019, correct?
discussion of having him go to HCV doctor?
Correct.
No, not.
When you met with him on or about December 23, 2019, you knew he was going to be able to return in January, correct?
Yes,
And he told you that, correct?
yes,
And he told you just in a matter of a couple of weeks, he would be able to return to work in some capacity to continue his work for HJV, correct?
100% capacity, yes,
And before he was allowed to do that, you fired him.
yes.
And you didn't fire him because he didn't return to work when you asked him to, right?
Correct?
He wasn't given any prior warning to return to work or else he'd be fired, right?
He was not.
Would you agree with me that the meeting with him where you fired him on or about December 23, 2019, that surprised him?
That is, you did ask that question before.
Do you remember when you told Mr. Koechel on or about December 23, 2019, that he was terminated? Do you recall what his response was?
Yeah, he said he understood.
Well, if he asked you why he was being terminated, isn't it an odd response to say, I understand?
Don't know that he ever asked me why he was being terminated. It didn't go that way.
Are you saying he never asked you why he was being terminated?
Again, we discussed, he did not. No.
Do you remember saying anything like your employment was terminated because of your age and the fact that you had cancer, that he had cancer?
Absolutely not.
Remember telling Dean that you were going in a different direction?
That we were, yes, I did say that.
You never told Dean at that meeting on or about December 23 that his conduct was a reason for his termination.
It was discussed in detail of many aspects.
Did you notice that Dean had tears in his eyes when you told him he was fired?
I did not.
Dean left the building professionally, didn't he? He didn't cause a scene.
Is that a question?
Yeah, he didn't leave the building. He left the building professionally, correct, that day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a document. It's the check history detail report marked as complainant 7 at ERD 021. You have that in front of you, Mr. Hansa?
021?
021, yes.
Yes, I do.
This is a report that was created by or on behalf of HJV Incorporated, correct?
No. This was created by the then accounting firm of Schenck.
Okay, at your request.
Yes,
And this is essentially a business record of HJV Incorporated relating to the payroll earnings, hours worked, taxes and deductions for Dean Koechel, correct?
correct.
And if we go based upon page 1, the first entry, it was for the period ending February 10 of 2016, correct?
Correct.
And then if we go to page 14, page 13, it ends with a period of November 13 of 2019, correct?
Where are the page numbers?
It'll be located in the bottom right-hand corner.
And you should refer to the ERD one, which is on the top.
Yeah, ERD 033. I'm sorry, Judge.
Okay. All right, your question again, please, I'm sorry.
The last entry on that ERD 033 is period ending November 13 of 2019, correct?
I think it says 6/22 of 2020.
Okay. Let's look at the where it says regular check entry. It's the third row
Okay.
down.
Yep, okay,
The last regular check entry was for a period ending November 13, 2019, correct?
yes,
Even though the report range was from January 1, 2014 until June 22, 2020, correct?
yes, that's what it appears.
So in other words, HAV stopped putting entries into the payroll system for the period ending November 13 of 2019, correct?
That is what it appears to be, yes,
And if you look at the pay date range, it's paid every 2 weeks, correct?
yes,
So what's missing is the pay date November 30, 2019, correct? Or November 29, 2019?
and 27, would it not?
Well, 14 days from the pay date of November 15 would be November 29.
27, because the pay period ends on the 13th.
Yep. So, and I apologize for not being clear, Mr. Hansa. I'm referring to the pay date. So if we take the pay date of the last entry of November 15, 2019, and we add 14 days to it, it brings us to November 29, correct?
Correct.
And so that pay date is missing on this report, correct?
Yes,
And then the next entry would be December 13 of 2019, and that entry is missing, true.
yes,
And then lastly, there would be December 27, 2019. That entry is also missing, correct?
yes,
you have an explanation for that, Mr. Hansa?
I don't do the payroll, so I'm looking at a record. I don't have the answer readily.
It's because you knew you were terminating him as of November 15 of 2019, and therefore there's no further reason to keep him on the payroll because he's gone. That's why he's not on this report. Those entries are not on this report.
Don't agree with that.
Well, let's look. He wasn't working for the pay period September 20, 2019, correct? There's 0 hours.
So that would alleviate the entry, would be my point.
Well, you've included entries for payroll periods where he worked 0 hours.
I have no answer for that. I don't know. I don't get involved in the payroll.
Are you a member of any organizations that relate in any way to boating?
Sorry, that I would what?
Are you a member of any organizations that relate in any way to boating or the boating industry?
Are you talking me personally, or are you talking to Marina?
You or HJV or Lakeside Marina?
I personally am not, that I can think of. I'm drawing a blank on any boating organization, even that the Marina belongs to.
Now, COVID, from a health perspective, has been a tragedy, correct?
Yes,
But COVID for the boating industry has been a boom, hasn't it?
it's had its positives and negatives.
Isn't it true that new boat sales reached a 13-year high in 2020?
I don't have that data in front of me. That's a possibility.
And isn't it true that in 2021 through March of 2021, sales were up 30% compared to the same period in 2020?
Again, it's market analysis. It's possible.
Have you ever told anybody that COVID has been beneficial to HJV or Lakeside Marina?
Not with those words.
Have you ever thought that?
I thought that it was helpful to the boating industry in general. Yes, I guess, yes.
Okay. And when you, to my earlier question, when I asked if you ever spoke to anybody and said it was beneficial, COVID being beneficial to HJV or Lakeside, and you said not words to that effect, what words have you used in that regard?
That the boating industry in general has brought family life together, where boating is now a normal pastime type situation.
And have you ever seen the statistics about a recent poll that showed 69% of Americans have gained a renewed appreciation for the outdoors as a result of and during the COVID pandemic?
I didn't see it. No.
But is that consistent with you being part of the boating industry and seeing people walk in the doors and buying boats and the prices of boats and all that kind of stuff? You yourself have recognized that the public in general has gained a renewed appreciation for boating as a result of COVID, right?
Yes.
Judge, if I could just take a 10-minute break to talk with my client, I think I'm done, but there might be some loose ends that he would like me to tie up.
Sure, and just to check, and I forget, Mr. Olson, are you questioning your client today or a part of your case?
Well, I'm a little, I'd like to clear up some things, but I do know the interest of time too. I'm gonna go over in his testimony. That's why this was kind of unique how we did it. Um, but I think I can see some uneasiness on my client's face. If I do some, Your Honor, it'll be really quick to just clear up some of these yes, nos that he looked like he had more to explain, but it won't be in very great detail.
Okay, then in this situation, then I understand it that, who's your next witness, Mr. Culp?
It would be Cody Bodenbach.
Okay, and you have that they're available for in, 15 minutes, half hour?
I see the attorney called space. Yeah, they've been ready since about 9:30.
Okay, well, in the matter
Nate has
that,
been very helpful in that regard, Judge.
okay, all right, so that he'll go next. All right, 10 minutes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I just wanted and I did get a quick something to eat, so you can not worry about me. I appreciate your concern. But I also wanted to simply note the respondent can't plead facts in the alternative. Obviously, either the the issues when he was gone were a factor or they're not. Um, and also in the factor that also if the not making an accommodation or a hardship argument in dealing with the situation, then there's going to have to be an explanation for the timing and for a variety of other things. So I would not view just as saying the um, the lack of a answer when I requested and the nature of the answer provided does not come close to addressing the different issues in connection with the setting of um, uh, the discharge decision in light of the um, leave or absences because of the condition and the hire. There is not, I don't view that as a fully articulated, legitimate, non-discriminatory manner. I don't know what that is at this point. But be aware of the fact that as the extent that I am a stickler for legal analysis, so I am for factual analysis. Um, I don't know what the coherent timeline of consideration and when, because we have a variety of sets of things here for the respondent, including the nature of the business, um, his health, consideration, the discussion with the hiring of the other individual. There's a variety of timelines and circumstances where that I don't know when there's an articulated a claim as to how it went, and so what the decisions and the why, including the matter we have the situation as to why apparently did the accountant stop paying him we got a bunch of floating things that I don't have an explanation from the respondent for as to what they are. And so, and a variety of, depending on the circumstances, we have issues regarding what's the analysis and the connection from the complainant. And so this case at this point anyway has a lot of moving parts
both factually and legally, to figure out what the heck are the questions that I'm going to answer. So you can plead legal matters, you can plead legal arguments in the alternative. You can't plead facts in the alternative. Would either of you dispute regarding that you can't claim, well, this may have happened and then this may have happened. We got to, there's a variety of credibility determinations and other things in the matter, and whatever you're claiming is the facts and the matters, then I'm going to test it regarding the facts around it presented. I'm just saying. So, and I don't know in the matter to the extent to which in the circumstances as to the role or the impact of not responding to my instruction to provide an answer will be. I was wanting, and I think it would be try to impartially in fairness to the complainant to have a more thoroughly articulated explanation for the action from the respondent, and I didn't get it. So anyway, I just saying I got lots of questions. I got no answers at this point. Just lots of questions. So go ahead with Mr. Culp. Do you have any additional questions?
I do, just to follow up. You had indicated that it wasn't until September 2021 when you learned that Mr. Koechel had cancer, right?
That's to my recollection, yes.
Do you remember a position statement being submitted to the Equal Rights Division as part of the investigation that said, and I quote, "In the summer of 2019, the complainant informed the respondent that he had cancer and would be seeking treatment, period," end quote. You remember that?
I don't.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that statement other than your testimony earlier
Well,
today?
one of the situation, the show, I think that's one of your exhibits, isn't it?
It is.
Well, then they should have, he's got a right to, like to look at it.
Sure.
And that's,
I don't have any more questions on that part, Judge.
okay.
So to move on to Corey Bodenbach, I want to be clear.
Hold it. The thing is, my understanding, Mr. Olson said he had some questions, and just to check regarding, are you wanting, Mr. Culp, that exhibit put into evidence so that you can compare his answers to that, to his, and that would be C2. Are you
Yes.
asking to have that so you can compare that in your decision? Okay, you have any objection to receipt of C2, Mr. Olson?
Not the receipt, Your Honor, but just for clarification for Mr. Hansa, could he look at that? He wasn't directed toward it, but could he look at that and
Well,
look
he said he didn't remember the situation, and the way the thing that it compared to is really C2, and you're asking to the much better way to do it rather than quoting it or something about that is just to put the document in evidence and to compare it. Then you can compare exactly what it's saying, and he's asking to do that. You have any objection, Mr. Olson?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I've received complaints exhibit number 2. And do you have you decided that there are just a few questions that you wanted to ask your client before the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have some more questions, Judge.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that you.
Yep.
I
No. I was going into Corey Bodenbach only for purposes of questioning of this witness, so it wasn't clear.
Okay. All right. Well, then humans misunderstand each other real easy. I try so hard, and I still misunderstand people.
Oh, no.
Okay,
it's
go
my
ahead with your.
All right. I just want to clarify some earlier testimony. Is it your testimony, Mr. Hansa, that at no time before on or about December 23, 2019, did you know or interact with or communicate with Corey Bodenbach?
Oh. Again, it's around that time frame. I can't tell you the exact date on it. I do not recall.
Did you ever run into him when Corey Bodenbach delivered one or more boats from Team Winnebago Land to HJV Lakeside, where you said hi or interacted in any way with him?
There were people that delivered boats from Team Winnebago. He may have done one, but I did not know him. I couldn't have picked him from you.
Now, if I understood your testimony earlier, Tom Free actually had a meeting at his home in the summer of 2019 with
Well,
Corey
his
Bodenbach?
residence is what I said, and he lives in a camper at the marina in the summertime. So that would
Okay.
be considered his residence.
Tom Free had a camper where he lived in at the marina? Okay. And there was a meeting between Corey Bodenbach and Tom Free in the summer of 2019?
I wasn't present. I can't give you a time frame. That's what I interpret, but that's secondhand knowledge. I can't testify to whatever that is because I don't know, but that's kind of what I've heard is when it was.
Okay. And is it just a mere coincidence that the position statement and representation to the ERD is that in the summer of 2019, the complainant informed the respondent that he had cancer and would be seeking treatment?
No correlation.
So no correlation between being informed of cancer and the initial meeting with Corey Bodenbach in the summer of 2019, right? That's your testimony?
Not to my knowledge. That's a question for Corey, but I do not believe so.
And likewise, if we go on the tail end of the period, mid-December, on or about December 23, 2019, no correlation at all between the firing of Dean Koechel and the hiring of Corey Bodenbach.
Absolutely not.
Just a mere coincidence.
I don't know if it's a coincidence. I'm always looking to expand my business. If I had another person come in with another idea that I thought we would make money with, because that's what I'm here for, I would do it. I would hire that person as well.
Now, when you met with Mr. Koechel on or about December 23, 2019, did you have a feeling or a belief that he just wasn't 100%?
Not at all.
You felt he was 100%?
He was miles ahead of any other time that I had seen him.
Did you feel he was 100% recovered?
Very close if he wasn't. Very, very close to it, yes.
But no question whatsoever that he could do his job?
No question.
None.
None.
Any question of whether he was feeling good or not?
I do that all the time with him.
Okay. Let's look at Exhibit R13, page ERD 202. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Isn't it true on December 30, 2019 at 1:13 p.m., you sent him a text and you said, and I quote, "Wondering if you are feeling good enough to meet and get your belongings, get my checks and keys and discuss the Kia?" Question mark. That is what you said in a text message to Mr. Koechel, correct?
Correct.
If you didn't have any question in your mind as to whether or not he was feeling good, as you just testified to, you wouldn't have said that in a text message, would you?
Absolutely.
So was it just what, filler language to say wondering if you are feeling good enough to meet?
No, a courtesy. It's the guy came off of cancer. There's no question. I don't know if he relapsed or not. I had no conversation with him from that point. I don't have dealings with cancer, so I don't know how he is. It was just a courtesy to see how he was feeling. I didn't want to tell him that he had to be there at X date or Y date. I wanted to give him the option of telling me how he felt and if it was convenient to me.
So you never had a question in your mind as to whether or not he was feeling good enough to return the keys?
That's why I asked him.
Because you had a question in your mind as to whether or not he was feeling good enough to return, right?
Yes, if he was feeling good enough to meet with me.
But yet you just told me that on or about December 23, 2019, there was no question in your mind that he wasn't feeling good. He was.
It's a conversation that we had. He was feeling great.
Judge, those are all the questions I have of this witness at this time. However, I'm going to move into admission complainants 2, and this is all to the extent they haven't been admitted. But complainants 2, complainants 3, and complainants.
Those are all in.
Okay.
2 through 6 and 8 are already in.
Okay, we move then complainant 7.
And any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll receive that. And have you decided one way or another regarding the initial determination, whether you want to withdraw that at this point, or do you want to save that?
If we could save it until the end, I may just withdraw it, Judge, but for now,
Okay,
it might be a little premature.
It just there's one thing left, so I had to ask. Okay, all right, then go ahead, Mr. Olson, regarding your questions. And, both of you will have more chance with this witness later, but we're just dealing with this part of the complaints case right now.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. And just real quickly, just to clear up an issue that I saw. So,
Okay,
Joe, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to turn to Exhibit C7. That was the check history detail. Could you turn to that page?
Okay.
And if you look toward the last page where it kind of ends, Attorney Culp directed your attention to the pay date of November 15th of 2019. Do you see that?
I do.
And you notice that nothing else happens after that date.
Correct.
And you had testified before that when you went into that meeting on December 18th of 2019, you hadn't made up your mind whether you're going to terminate Dean. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I could direct your attention to Complainant's Exhibit number 4, which is found on Bates number 009. I'll help you get there. On the top of the page, this is some text messages between you and Mr. Koechel. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I want you to just read the top one. It's dated Monday, November 18th, and this would be November 18th of 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what does that say?
Hi, Joe, go ahead and lay me off so I can at least draw a little unemployment. We'll play the rest by ear. Thank you, Joe, for your support. Much appreciated.
So, Joe, when I look at the previous exhibit in that one, what's the explanation of why he didn't receive a check after the pay date of November 15th of 2019?
That's why it was taken off of there, because he went on unemployment.
And he asked you to do that,
Correct.
and you did that for him?
I did.
Your Honor, that's just one of the things I wanted to clear up. I know there was a lot of things that were confusing, but I'm going to save the rest for a more in-depth, but I wanted to at least bring that issue out for everyone today to clear that major issue up. So no more further questions, Your Honor.
okay. All right, then please go. And where is he?
Mr. Bodenbach is just in the hallway or my waiting room. I'm going to move Joe to here so you can see him in camera. And I'll put Mr. Bodenbach here. I'm going to clear the table except for the exhibits for the parties. I'm gonna have you sit right over here. Here in this chair that Joe has all warmed up for you. And then we have free help on the bottom, and then we have the judge up top here, so they can hear you. Just kind of look at them. In front of you are some exhibits that if Attorney Culp asks you any questions, these are the numbers. I'll try to direct your attention to them, but, okay.
Hey,
Attorney
sir, welcome, and thank you for waiting so patiently. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and just to check, is this, Mr. Culp, are you considering this adverse cross again, or is there any matters, is these, are you still, would you just please state your name and spell it for us first?
Corey William Bodenbach, CoreyWilliam Bodenbach.
Would you say your name again? I just want to make sure I got the spelling right.
Corey Bodenbach,
The spell your last name, please.
Bodenbach.
Ah, that's where I went wrong. Okay, and how are you, Mr. Culp, characterizing this witness? Mr. Dodenbach, are you still employed by the respondent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so how are you viewing this another adverse cross, or are you or not?
Judge, I'm classifying this witness as a well-mannered, well-polite individual, light adverse.
Okay, with a question of dealing, okay, so my understanding is that, if that the use of the questioning in the same way and the yes or no questions is not something that you are saying that is appropriate in this case, correct?
Well, when I say light adverse, it kind of depends on the answers to which this witness gives. So I do consider him to be adverse because obviously he's the one that we believe, was the replacement and he's still employed.
Okay, but the thing is that he has established others and he doesn't have, and he's not a decision maker and he wasn't employed during the same time the complainant was, correct?
Based on the evidence so far, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I am in the circumstances that I say that at least initially, until you tell me or show me that anything else is necessary, I'm not going to consider this an adverse witness that to pin them down with the yes or no questions and stuff that you need to question them as normal in the circumstances unless the circumstances show that something else is required. Okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you have an ownership interest in HJV Inc.?
No,
Have you ever had an ownership interest in HJV Inc.?
no,
Did you hear any testimony that was provided in this case?
no,
Did Mr. Hansa discuss with you any testimony given in this case so far?
no,
What did you do to prepare for your testimony today?
nothing,
Did you review any documents?
no,
Did you meet with anyone?
no,
Do you know what this case is about?
yes.
How did you know?
Well, when I was notified that I'm gonna have to be here today, they told me the reasoning behind it, but I mean, nothing formal beyond that.
Well, sure. And I'm not necessarily limiting it to formal or informal. I'm just
Yeah.
merely talking about conversations. So you were notified about what this case was about. Who told you?
Joe and Nate.
Did you have a meeting at which you discussed what this case was about?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me everything that was discussed at that meeting.
Just that a former employee was stating that there was some wrongful termination.
Anything else?
No.
That was it.
Yes.
So the meeting was 5 seconds?
Well, it was the first time I met Nate, so there was some introduction, but I mean, truthfully, the reason for me being here is because of you. I don't know why I would be here otherwise, other than you guys are wanting to ask me for information, so. Because I was not involved in this previous employee's career at Lakeside, so.
You recall discussing anything else?
No.
Mr. Bodenbach, what is your date of birth?
April 22nd, 1992.
And on January 6th of 2020, how old were you?
27.
Where were you employed in 2019?
Team Winnebago Land.
And what was your position?
Product specialist or salesman.
So salesman, another word for a salesman in the boating industry is product specialist.
Yeah, it's just a term we use because it's less abrasive to a consumer. A salesman can have a negative or derogatory meaning, for a consumer. So we use product specialist.
And you're referred to as a product specialist in your employment with HJV, correct?
Correct.
So in other words, you're a salesperson.
Correct.
Is that why you were hired to be a salesperson for HJV?
Yeah, so a salesperson can, there's multiple aspects of a business, in which I am a salesperson. There's the salesperson that simply sells the unit, and then there's the salesperson, that also in other aspects of a dealing with a consumer, from a finance aspect and other, parts, accessories, things like that could also, be kind of encompassed in that salesman position or role. So yes, I mean, I wasn't exclusively hired to sell products there or to sell the initial boat.
But that was the majority focus of why you were hired, to be a salesperson in addition to other things, right?
No.
Now, how did it come to be that you became employed at HJV?
I pretty much felt as though my time at my previous employer was running out, meaning I kind of got to the end of where I felt like the progression was for me. I started to feel like I was kind of locked in to where I was going to be, and I wanted something more. So I approached actually Tom Free, what would have been in June, July, and within that time frame of 2019, because I've known Tom Free through the industry, and I approached him about, if there was any opportunities available or where, they felt like they were at, and So initially I met with Tom Free, and I was driving that conversation.
Okay, and you were friends with Mr. Free?
Uh, I mean, not on a personal level, other than we're in the same industry and we've done business together. At my previous employer, we would wholesale boats to Lakeside. So I mean, we knew of one another, had a relationship in that regards, but did him and I, hang out or have a relationship outside of business? Absolutely not.
So it's purely professional as opposed to personal.
Yeah, correct.
Prior to that meeting with Mr. Free in
Yeah.
June or July of 2019, did you know Mr. Hansa?
Did not.
Never had any interactions?
No,
You never delivered a boat to Lakeside and saw him there?
no,
Could you pick him out from a lineup of people?
no.
And tell me all of what you recall about your discussion with Mr. Free in that June or July 2019 meeting.
Yeah, it was simply just me reiterating to him where I was professionally in my career and what I wanted beyond that. And, just asked him some questions in regards to Lakeside Marina and their business and how they operate to try to see if there was potentially a fit for me. And kind of at the end of that conversation is when Joe's name came up, because I had no idea that, I knew Tom was at that time one of the owners of the marina. And, he said, well, you should talk to Joe because he could, kind of maybe continue these conversations. And that is the first time I've ever heard Joe's name.
And so following that, you spoke with Mr. Hansa,
Yes.
and that was in the summer of 2019?
It wasn't immediately after Tom and I's initial meeting. I can't recall exactly which date it was, but after that point, it was, us kind of working through our schedules to be able to sit down and discuss, an opportunity further. So I
Did
would
you
say
know
probably late summer.
late summer when you had a conversation with Mr. Hansa?
Yeah,
And where was that meeting?
at Lakeside Marina,
And who did that meeting include?
just Joe. Well, Tom was there because I had never met Joe, but once Tom had kind of introduced us, then it was Joe and I discussing.
So going back to your meeting with Mr. Free in June or July of 2019, did you have a conversation about the sales department at Lakeside?
Uh, the sales department, of course, because that is my profession, but it was more or less um, maybe larger business topics to, kind of find out whether or not I would have a fit within the operation, not specifics about the sales department or anything like that.
So in the later part of the summer of 2019, when you met with Mr. Hansa, how long was that meeting?
Um, a few hours,
And that was right there at Lakeside offices?
correct.
What do you recall being discussed?
Well, like I said, I approached them about an opportunity, so I was more or
I
less.
only asked, I just want to clarify. I'm not asking who approached who. I'm asking, what did you discuss at that meeting with Mr. Hansa?
Yeah, and I was giving you context of my conversation with Joe. The conversation was me basically trying to sell Joe on bringing me on as an opportunity and letting him be, or giving him kind of some awareness of the different aspects of the business that I could bring that, they did not currently have.
What else do you recall discussing with Mr. Hansa?
Yeah, I mean, it was simply, what I could add or bring to the team. And, I ultimately put it in his hands to, make the decision if I was going to be a fit or if what I felt like I could bring to the team would be of benefit.
Did you have a discussion about the sales department at Lakeside with Mr. Hansa at that meeting?
Yes, I mean, because I was, more or less asking for a job on the sales team, so of course.
And I would suspect that, as you're evaluating whether or not you're a good fit, you want to find out who else is present there to determine if you would be a good fit, right?
Absolutely.
And you don't want too many cooks in the kitchen, right?
Yeah, I mean, quite honestly, I'm a firm believer that if you have the right people in place, it doesn't matter how many cooks you have. If you have the right people in place, you're going to be successful, and you can have as many cooks as you want as long as you're able to sell the food. So,
And so it's very important for you to determine if you can coexist in the kitchen with another cook. You want to know about that person, don't you?
right.
And so part of the discussion that you had in the late summer of 2019 with Mr. Hansa was about Mr. Koechel, correct?
Well, I mean, yes, amongst all the other employees that encompass the sales department, but I knew Mr. Koechel prior to, me pursuing Tom and an opportunity at Lakeside because Mr. Koechel and I have, I referenced previously, wholesaling some product to Lakeside Marina, and all of those transactions were always done through Mr. Koechel. So Mr. Koechel and I probably had more of a relationship than actually myself and Tom Free because of the amount of business dealings we did with one another as opposed to Tom and I.
And you've had pretty good relations with Mr. Koechel?
Yeah, I mean, strictly from a business aspect, I mean, I had something I needed to sell and he was interested in buying it. So beyond that, we always had great conversations and, things, in regards to those transactions when he came to my previous employer. But yeah, never any, negative dealings together.
When you had that conversation in the late summer of 2019 with Mr. Hansa about you coming on board, did the two of you talk about you and Mr. Koechel working together?
Absolutely.
What was discussed?
Well, just in regards to, his role and, what my role would be at Lakeside Marina, and just discussing, what the kind of entire operation would look like.
Who did you learn at the conclusion of that meeting with Mr.
Mhm.
Hansa in the late summer of 2019? Who
Yeah.
did you learn were the salespeople at Lakeside? And when I say Lakeside, I'm using Lakeside and HGV interchangeably.
Sure. Yeah, correct. Yep, I understand. Yeah, at that time, I believe it was Tom Free, Dean Koechel, and Travis Valenti. Um, and then I was aware of, through my conversations that there was also a marketing manager that Lakeside Marina had employed, who is Sawyer Erickson.
How did that meeting end?
Well, that initial meeting, my initial meeting with Tom was once again me seeing if there was an opportunity. So the first meeting between me and Joe was there wasn't anything material other than him and I just getting to meet one another and understanding who each other were. And like I said, once again, if there was going to be an opportunity. So the conclusion of that meeting was just a really good conversation between, you know, Joe and I and what I could potentially bring to the team. But it was, he would be in touch with me if he was interested kind of conversation. And truth be told, I was very happy with my previous employer. So if things did not work, I didn't quit my job. I wasn't desperate needing a job. I was just, like I said, looking for another opportunity. So the conclusion of that meeting was, like I said, just that, just a conversation between us that I had driven.
Anything else?
No.
And that discussion that you had with Mr. Hansa, that took place before mid-September of 2019, correct?
Yeah, I apologize. The exact dates I am not
But if it was
familiar.
late summer of 2019, it would have been before mid-September of 2019, right?
Sure. I apologize. I mean, I don't know the exact date.
What was the next thing that happened in terms of communications with Mr. Hansa, Mr. Free, or anyone else at Lakeside?
After that, it was Joe, kind of thought about our initial conversation and brought me back in and, just, furthered those discussions and, really at that point, I think, I think it was probably starting to feel like I could be a fit and, just working out the details of what exactly I could bring to Lakeside Marina.
And was these conversations in terms of when the relationship started to gel with your discussions with Joe Hansa, was that in October and November of 2019?
Yeah, I mean, the progression, right, in time, once again, I'm not sure exactly. I just know that these conversations started, midsummer with myself and Tom Free, and obviously I started January 6th. So, you know, uh, there was several conversations that Joe and I had, and those progressed to ultimately me coming on board in January. But so I would say, yeah, it seemed like our meetings were, you know, weeks apart, not days.
And then at some time in December of 2019, you reached an agreement with Mr. Hansa to come on board as a product specialist at Lakeside.
That is correct.
And when did you give Thomas Van Zeelen at Team Winnebagoland notice that you were leaving?
Um, I believe it was around the beginning of December.
Because Mr. Hansa gave you an offer at the beginning of December for you to come on board as a product specialist.
Yes, I mean,
And that was in the beginning of December of 2019, correct?
yeah, yes, the exact dates I am not sure about, but I would say, I remember giving Tom Van Zeelen and Lakeside Marina an adequate notice, at least of 2 weeks. So, around that beginning to middle of December is when obviously Joe and I would have reached an agreement, and then I wanted to make sure I gave the respect to my previous employer to give them my notice.
So just to clarify, sometime in the first or second week of December, you gave Team Winnebagoland notification that you were leaving.
Yeah, I mean, the exact date I am not sure about. I apologize.
Yeah. But it was earlier in December, correct?
It could have been late November. Honestly, you're asking me to come up with a date over 2 years ago, and I am just not sure how exactly the timeline worked out.
But you gave Team Winnebagoland more than 2 weeks notice, correct?
I gave them an adequate amount of time, and I know it was at least 2 weeks.
So if you started on January 6th of 2020, and we go back 2 weeks, that would have been December 23 of 2019, correct?
Yeah, that's 2 weeks prior to January 6th.
And you believe that you were offered a job by Mr. Hansa before then?
I wouldn't have quit if I didn't have a job.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
And Mr. Bodenbach, you were brought in and hired as a product specialist by Mr. Hansa, correct?
Correct.
And to this day, you're listed on the Lakeside website as the product specialist, correct?
Correct.
Who do you report to?
Joe Hansa.
Do you remember what you were offered in terms of pay when you were hired by Mr. Hansa?
Yes.
How much?
Do I need to disclose that? Um, the initial agreement that we had was an annual salary of 125,000.
Was that base salary?
Correct.
Now, at the time you were hired, you were 27 years of age, correct?
Correct.
And at the time you were hired, you had no disability, no medical condition or emotional condition that in any way impacted your ability to work as a product specialist, correct?
Correct.
And your first physical day on the job was January 6th of 2020, right?
Correct.
Remember what date that was?
I believe it was a Monday.
Did you work at Team Winnebago Land on that prior Friday, January 3 or January 2?
No.
When was your last day at Team Winnebago Land?
I don't recall. I just the only recollection I have is, you know, is our business is seasonal, so that time of year is relatively slow. And I do recall that Tom Van Zeeland, along with his brother Nick Van Zeeland, who are the owners of the company, had basically said, thank you for your time, and they gave me at least the last week of, my employment there off with pay, if that makes sense.
So was that the week of Monday, December 30th through Friday, January 3?
Yeah, and it could have been beyond a week. I just recall that a portion of my last time there was, kind of they have, whether you call it gifted or kind of said, hey, you can have this, last amount of time off. So I was still obviously technically employed with them, but physically me being there at the dealership, I wasn't for at least the last week or so, like I said, as an agreement we had together as me leaving.
And just trying to pinpoint further, do you remember if you worked, during Christmas Day, the day after, or was that also time that you had off as well?
Yeah, I believe it was between that Christmas time until I started with Joe.
Okay, so if we use December 24th and we do 2 weeks before that, that would bring us to about December 10th, a Tuesday. Does that seem about when you would have given notice, roughly, to Team Winnebago Land of you leaving?
Yeah, and once again, I generically told you what I could recall. I mean, to say it was the 10th, I don't want to lie to you and say I can recall the exact date in which I gave them my
And that's fair. I'm just trying to say, if you didn't work over Christmas time because you were told by Team Winnebago Land that, they would give you the time off. I'm just trying to say 2 weeks before that would bring us to the week of December 9th. And I'm just trying to pinpoint, is that roughly your best estimate as to when you might have given notice?
Yeah, like I said, it was, my best recollection is sometime around the beginning of December.
Okay. I won't beat that horse any further.
Yeah, and I'm truthfully trying to give you, from my memory, my best.
Sure, and I appreciate
it. Pointing a date. I know some people can. Unfortunately, I've never been gifted with that ability, so.
With respect to your salary, I just want to clarify, was the 125,000 base salary plus commissions?
No,
No. So commission would be on top of the 125,000?
I was not paid commission. It was a base salary.
Okay. Did that change since then?
Yes,
Okay. And what did it change to?
my current salary right now,
What's your current base?
150,000.
Since coming on board with Lakeview on January 6th of 2020, did you add any product lines or makes of boats?
We did, yes.
Okay. What lines or boats? And I'm sorry if I'm butchering the use of the terminology in the boating industry. Correct me if I'm getting it wrong, but makes or lines?
Yep, totally understand. Yeah, we brought on Godfrey pontoons and Hurricane deck boats.
Now, Godfrey pontoon boats, they're a kind of an upper line of pontoon boats, correct?
Correct.
And Hurricane deck boats, same thing?
Yeah, I mean, they're a well-known brand in the industry.
Okay. Are they middle of the road or a little on the higher end in terms of?
Middle of the road for Hurricane.
Okay. What was the reason? Were you the one that recommended bringing these additional boat lines and makes to Lakeside?
I mean, it was conversations that we were having as a collective sales team, in regards to, potential opportunities to increase the business revenue.
Okay. So the discussion you were having, those were discussions with Mr. Hansa?
Yep, and Tom Free and Sawyer, our marketing manager. Yeah, I mean, we make decisions as a collective team.
And the reason you wanted to bring those additional lines in for Godfrey and Hurricane was to diversify your product mix, correct?
Absolutely.
But more importantly was to make money, correct?
Why businesses are in business.
And that was a discussion that you had in the presence of Mr. Hansa, correct?
Correct.
And that was a philosophy that he subscribed to in terms of the reason for bringing these additional lines or makes of boats into Lakeview, correct?
Lakeside, yes.
Lakeside, I'm sorry. In addition to bringing those two lines of additional lines into the bit, when were they added to Lakeview? Is it Lakeside? Lakeside.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was in the fall of 2020. It was in the late 2020 is when we brought on those manufacturers.
Did that help increase the gross revenue and net profit for Lakeside?
Of course, yeah.
Likewise, COVID had a big impact on the boating industry, didn't it?
Correct.
It was huge, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
The amount of interest that people had in buying new and used boats skyrocketed as a result of COVID, correct?
Correct.
and your ability to sell units as a result of COVID was made simple because of COVID, simpler.
Yeah, certainly not simple. Nothing in this industry is simple. But obviously an increased demand for the product certainly gave us more opportunity.
And your ability to sell boats at a higher price was positively impacted by the COVID pandemic, correct?
Yes.
Now, in the sales department, I just want to make sure there is Tom Free, there's you, there's Sawyer Erickson, and who else?
Currently,
Yes.
Ryan Vandehei and Troy Keller.
And then when you were hired on when you started on January 6, 2020, who was in the sales department?
At that time, it was myself, Tom Free, and Sawyer Erickson.
Is Sawyer Erickson paid a base salary without commission?
Correct.
And Ryan Vandehei, is he paid a base commission without base salary without commission?
Base salary with commission.
And Tom Free, is he paid a base salary without commission?
You would have to ask Joe.
Is it typical in the industry for individuals holding positions of sales managers to be paid a base salary without commission?
No.
Were you, when you were brought on board and hired, were you limited to just new boat sales or just used boat sales, or could you do both?
When I was brought on board, one of the big reasons why I would say I was able to sell myself on the opportunity to work for Lakeside Marina is because I offered to bring another revenue stream into the dealership that was currently not in the dealership. So a
So
big
my
portion,
question, Mr. Bodenbach, that's an answer to a different question. My question was simple. Were you limited in any way in selling just new boats or used boats?
no, but your question seems to refer to that as my only position at the dealership.
No, I didn't imply that, but
Okay,
you'll have an opportunity to answer questions in response to Mr. Olson.
okay.
So I take it from your testimony that there were at least two changes in the sales area since you first started on January 6th of 2020. One is you brought additional boat lines into Lakeside, correct?
We did, yes.
The second one is that Lakeside collectively as a group established a financing and an insurance program, correct?
Correct.
What additional changes were made to the sales department or the sales program at Lakeside after January 6th of 2020?
I had, created relationships and partners with indirect lenders or, local and national financial institutions that offer marine financing. So I had brought on and created those relationships with those various lenders so we could start offering our customers the ability to do their financing with us.
Anything else?
I mean, that is, aside from, we continue to sell new and used product, but that was what was added, when I came on board.
Judge, if I could just have 5 minutes with my client?
Okay. Okay,
Judge,
back on the record.
those are all the questions I have for this witness at this time.
Okay, and just to check before cross that you have your next witness lined up.
I think so.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Corey, when you were initially hired, you were hired as a product specialist. Was there another title that you held?
Yeah, I mean, under the product specialist name, I was also, what we would call the finance manager, or the business manager, or, the one that, had the title appropriate to be able to handle the finance aspect of the business.
And when you came to Lakeside, from where you came from before, I guess, what condition did you find the finance or insurance department or sales department to be in?
Yeah, I mean, almost non-existent. They were using an outsourcing company, which basically, if a consumer is interested in buying a product and they needed financing or didn't have the wherewithal to get it themselves, you could, kind of set them up with this third-party company that would kind of help handhold them through that process, which was being not used, is the truth, just based on my conversations with, Joe and Tom and the rest of the sales staff. So, we and where I came from previous, we did all it in-house, how I use the term indirect. So we're an indirect lender with, several lenders, or, you have to create those relationships. But the reason why you would do it that way is from a profitability standpoint. When you outsource it to that company, they are making kind of the cut on the financing and just giving you a little spiff for doing it. So, I brought in the entire indirect lending side and created these relationships and brought these lenders on board so we can offer those services to our customers. And, it became now an integral part of our business and a very, very profitable part of our business, which I had that experience from my previous lender. It wasn't my role at the previous lender. I just had the experience from being involved in the day-to-day business. And I had the ability to kind of perform those jobs, in the circumstance that, one of our employees was unavailable to perform that task. But so that was a big reason of, bringing that in, obviously, is, and then just being a convenience for your customer and just helping the process. And,
in terms of just since you've been at Lakeside, a rough number of how much additional revenue you've brought in from finance and insurance. Are we talking tens of thousands of dollars, or what are we talking about per year?
Yeah, year one, it was 108,000, and year two, 2021, it was 255,000. So substantial revenue stream now for our business.
What else did you find when you got there as far as what their inventory looked like?
Yeah, so very different business philosophies. Just in my previous employer, kind of having newer, nicer inventory. A lot of the, stuff that we didn't want, we wholesaled, through Mr. Koechel and Lakeside Marina. So a lot of that stuff, a lot of aged inventory, a lot of inventory that, was sitting around for extensive periods of time because it was unsaleable, that we had to, go through like an auction or a clearinghouse and take significant losses on just to kind of, try to, remediate those issues, and, get rid of that older product that wasn't profitable, or we were, buried in per se with interest and, and just really change kind of the philosophy of business in the way that, start selling and representing newer inventory. And all of that goes together because that allows you to then, that aged product, you can't finance it, and kind of just creates the whole profitability, kind of streamlines everything, even down to the sales process and, handwriting of purchase contracts. When a boat sale was getting, consummated, everything would be handwritten on triplicate carbon copy paper. I brought in just the being able to do everything digitally and just streamline everything. And that's required from a lot of these lenders in order to do business with them. So, yeah, a lot of older, outdated processes that you see in the marine industry, but they're not profitable processes and
How did you
efficient.
find the employees or the work environment itself?
Yeah, it was definitely a culture shock from my previous employer. Everybody was friends and family, and everybody was very, very friendly. And I mean, we kind of had that vibe. Everybody was jiving, and that was the culture of the store was extremely important to the Van Zeelands. And where I came, it was definitely like I had to prove myself, which I had to prove myself regardless because I was a new employee, but it felt like everybody was kind of on edge. And it was kind of like, I have to prove almost that I'm going to be different than what was previously kind of happening there at the marina, which was, it was, everybody seemed to be very open and transparent about where the dealership kind of came from in hopes that I could kind of change things around from a culture standpoint. And since then, I think we've succeeded. So,
Did you ever hear any employees, anyone that worked for Lakeside Marina, did they say anything about Mr. Koechel, why he was terminated, why he wasn't there anymore?
Judge, I'm going to object based on hearsay in terms of what someone told this witness and this witness relays to us. I'll just object on hearsay grounds.
And what's the relevance?
The relevance being that our witness list does contain other employees. I was hoping to not have to call Corey back at a later date, but to ascertain his personal knowledge of why Mr. Koechel wasn't there, or Mr. Koechel's allegations of why he was terminated.
But I'm, I don't judge whether, in my understanding is I can't regarding something as a good or bad decision. And these things regarding what he's done subsequently, I mean, my understanding is that I'm going forward and I'm not, my understanding is that there was no overlap between their employment, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. I will withdraw the question if that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see how we're going to something regarding why the decision was made. Go ahead.
Thank you. And Corey, how do you find the environment to be now at Lakeside at the present moment?
yeah, I mean, the environment I came from, kind of we're gelling right now. Everybody is, it's pretty cool that everybody's become almost friends of one another, as opposed to it just seemed like everybody was kind of, on their own island. And, and that doesn't work in business, right? You got to work together. Certainly when you have, kind of, certainly several aspects of that goes into, finalizing a sale and making a customer happy. So yeah, I mean, it was definitely, I think I told, Joe and other employees that it seems like it took almost a year before I really felt like I was being accepted. And it's not because of, my demeanor or any of my actions. I felt like everybody was kind of, you know, hesitant to really accept another employee because of, you know, some of the conversations of previous, that were relayed to me very honestly.
All right. Well, thank you, Corey. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Do, Mr. Bodenbeck, when you were hired to the present, there was an expectation that that you would have the responsibility of ensuring successful dealership operations in the area of sales, correct?
I mean, it wasn't my sole responsibility to make sure that the sales department was successful.
But it was one of your main responsibilities, correct?
I mean, my objective to the reason why I was hired was to be a successful salesperson.
Yeah. And that was to manage the operation in the area of sales, correct?
No, it was to be a salesperson that sold new and used inventory and then, consummated the sale through paperwork and finance and the other aspect that I just had discussed.
So what position did you hold at Team Winnebagoland?
A product specialist.
Were you the sales manager at all?
No.
What were you making there?
It was similar. It was around that $150,000 annually there.
Well, you said you started at 125, not 150. Which is it, 125 or 150?
I started at Lakeside at 125. You just asked me what I made at Team Winnebagoland.
Correct. And so I thought you said about what you earned at Lakeside in 150. So let me just clarify. You were making $150,000 at Team Winnebagoland when you left
Correct.
as a salesperson.
Correct.
And you left Team Winnebagoland to start at Lakeside to make $25,000 less?
Correct.
And only now, 3 years after you started, are you making what you earned when you left Team Winnebagoland?
Correct.
Did you have to leave Team Winnebagoland?
Absolutely not.
Did you have the responsibility to assist others with the sale process as needed
At Lakeside or at Team?
at Lakeside? I'm sorry.
To assist others within the process, as in like if Tom was selling a boat, to assist him in consummating the sale?
Yeah, however is needed.
Yes, so when I implemented the finance and insurance role, I was the only one capable of performing that task. So, yes, and so anybody that wanted to look at financing, the payments that we had offered or secure financing with us, I was involved. And furthermore, I then also handled the closing of the contracts, meaning when the customer ultimately came in to pay and take delivery of the boat. So yes, I was involved in every deal that, Lakeside Marina had secured.
Now, when you were hired in sometime in early December of 2019, you knew that there would not be a place for both you and Mr. Koechel at Lakeside, correct?
Absolutely not.
Well, he was making $91,000 and you were brought in to make $125,000. You understood that Lakeside did not have the financial wherewithal to support having both you as well as Mr. Koechel at that time, given the sales numbers.
Absolutely not.
Did you think you were going to work with Mr. Koechel?
There's more aspects of the business that contribute to the financial success of the business. Where I came from, I worked with several other employees that were well into the six figures, and we were running a business that profited less than Lakeside Marina. So for you to sit here and say that I had the wherewithal, or I knew that we could not work together, is absolutely false. And I had no idea of the business's financials at that time. So how could I go into it saying that there's only room for one or two of us?
Well, then how can you say there wasn't financial wherewithal to absorb both you and Mr. Koechel if you didn't know anything about the financial side of Lakeside?
Because since being involved in the business, I now know the profitability of the business. At that time, I didn't know. Joe had no liberty to discuss with me that information because I was simply a product specialist, you know. So now, and like I said, I came from a business that several employees were making my wage. So, you know, to not think that two employees or three employees making that much money could work together at a marina is absolutely false. And I had no idea what Dean's salary or compensation or anything was. I had no idea. It was never discussed in any way.
With respect to inventory, I think you commented on what you saw when you came in. Did you know how long Mr. Koechel had been out of work prior to you coming in?
I had no idea.
Would it surprise you that he was out of work roughly 3 to 4 months before you started?
Would it surprise me? I don't know the context of why it would or wouldn't surprise me. I mean, people are out of work for 3, 4, 12 months at a time for various reasons. So am I surprised that he wasn't at work? No.
And would you, the inventory, do you think that that may have been the status of the inventory when you started on January 6th of 2020? Do you think that that was in part contributed to by the fact that he may not have been at work for 3 to 4 months?
No, because the inventory that we had was, there was some boats in inventory for 2, 3, 4 years. So, I mean, there was certainly opportunities to alleviate that issue. So I wouldn't, I mean, obviously, if he was there, maybe there was an opportunity that he could have gotten rid of that inventory over that span of 3 months. But in the grand scheme of things, if you're sitting on it for 2, 3, 4 years, I don't know what would have just magically changed in the 3 months that he was gone.
But Tom Free was also part of sales at that time, correct?
Correct.
And Sawyer Erickson was part of sales at that time too, correct?
Sawyer is not involved in any inventory. He's simply our marketing manager. So he simply handles our digital marketing, and I include him in our sales operation because he is involved in our sales operation, but he is not involved in selling inventory or managing inventory in any way.
And you just hit it on the head. I involve him because you are the sales manager, aren't you?
No. A digital marketing person, they're not part of the parts department or service department. They're there to market your sales inventory. So they are part of the sales department. I do not classify it that way. That is the industry. You can't call him a member of the service team. He doesn't list the service team's inventory or parts department's inventory. He needs to know what is going on within the sales department so he can properly list and showcase our inventory. So he is part of our sales team. I do not put him in that sales team.
Tom Free could have done things to move the inventory that you inherited when you were hired, correct?
Well, from my understanding, Dean was the sales manager and handled all of the inventory. That was his responsibility. That's what was communicated with me, and Tom very well could have been a salesperson, but from my understanding, from how it was communicated with me when I started, is that Dean was the one that was managing all of this inventory. And furthermore, it seemed like nobody wanted to step on his toes for other various aspects that were not healthy to the business.
But you don't know that because you weren't present and you weren't employed, correct?
No, nope, other than employees telling me that. So, correct.
Now, you talked about the changed culture of the environment at Lakeside.
Yep,
There has been a number of new people employed at Lakeside since you were hired on since you started on January 6, 2020, correct?
correct.
And that contributed in large part to the change in the culture and the environment at work, correct?
Well, they are now part of the culture. And it was extremely important that when Joe had hired those employees, that they had fit the culture that has been created, because a healthy work environment is paramount to our employees, to our consumers, to every aspect of running a business. So the culture was created, in my opinion, when I had started, and I understood the importance of creating a culture, because that was a huge, huge thing that I took from Team Winnebago Land, is that was very important in every aspect of business. So that, in my opinion, started with me and making sure everybody, was jiving and feeling a part of the team. And then I made sure that when Joe had hired these two other employees, that it was extremely important to me, and I relayed that to Joe, that they fit our culture, because I want all of our employees to be happy. And then I know that's going to trickle down to our consumers, and every aspect of our business is going to flourish.
Did you learn about what, if anything, Joe Hansa did to add to the cost of the inventory for sale?
I'm not understanding your question.
So did you learn that while Mr. Koechel was employed at Lakeside, that when a boat was purchased, let's say, for example, for $2,000,
Okay,
and it needed to be serviced, that the actual retail cost of the service was added to the cost of the boat, even though the work was being done internally?
correct.
And then in addition, when there ever was any parts that needed to be added to that boat purchased, that too would be added to the cost of the boat at retail instead of cost, correct?
That is correct.
Then in addition, there was also a 6% administrative fee that Mr. Hansa attached and associated with each of the boats that were purchased, correct?
That is correct.
And so all of those add-on costs impacted the ability to move that inventory, correct?
That is not correct. Those are good business practices.
But doesn't it detract from the profitability of sales?
No, the appropriate decision should have been made when the sale or the trade value or purchase price was agreed upon. And those costs, those additional costs that you just relayed, should have been factored in and taken into account. And you should have been able to get the boat for an appropriate price, plus knowing those additional reconditioning costs, thus still giving you the ability to be profitable on the sale. That process is no different than the process I used at my previous employer. the retail, being billed at retail, being billed at, full retail, that is a industry best practice and standard in our industry.
But what it does is it adds profit to the service department and takes away the same amount of profit from the sales department, correct?
It does not take it away. If you communicate that with the consumer at the initial purchase of the sale or the trade value that's expressed or offered, you have the ability to then find out from Joe and the service team what those reconditioning costs would be. And then you can negotiate those costs with the customer. If decisions were being made, if a value was being expressed or implied prior to that, and the consumer wasn't made aware that there might potentially be those additional costs because we have to perform a trade inspection, then if there was a firm commitment made prior to doing that, then that was negligence on the person that had ultimately made that decision. And to go and say it's service's problem for increasing the cost of my boat, no, it's the problem of you didn't do enough due diligence prior to making that commitment or that decision.
But your response assumed that there was a discussion with the consumer who would end up buying the boat. When a boat is in inventory, there's obviously not a consumer there to buy the boat.
I'm
because
talking about the previous owner, sorry. Excuse me.
And so what I was talking about is the inventory that existed where there wasn't a communication with the consumer. It still was in your inventory, therefore there wasn't that relationship or communication with the consumer. Now do we understand each other?
No, there is some difference. So the communication.
Let me try to break it down.
Hold
Let
it.
me try to break it
Hold it, Neil. I mean, one of the things to understand in the circumstances is obviously I don't run the business. I'm not telling people how to operate in this situation. I'm not sure how I can go from this discussion, whatever good it is, to a determination as to whether the things stated were pretext for discrimination. If there's no comparative in the situation where it's clear that that doesn't seem to be one, arguing how boat dealers should conduct sales is not something which I don't see how this discussion is going to help me in making a decision. Is there, so, my understanding is from the discussion is that it dealing with issues regarding whether the owner's expectations are reasonable, and I don't know of any direction how that has been helpful in an at-will state. So anyway, you need to go on to something regarding that is in the scope of something that I have a role in responding to, rather than discussions regarding business practices, which I don't see how I would. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Do you assist in establishing the annual commitments and forecasting of sales?
I assist with it, correct.
And do you also assist with respect to ordering products?
Yes,
And do you also assist with the distribution and invoicing of products and products?
yes,
And do you assist in improving inventory?
yes,
Do you attend meetings with respect to company strategy and policy making?
no.
You don't attend any meetings?
What, policy making, like employee policy or business? I mean,
Sales.
in relation to sales, yes, but as a business, no.
Do you participate in personnel development via training programs?
I would say as a team, we are all growing one another. Yes,
So therefore you participate in that duty?
yes,
The president, that's Joe Hansa.
yes,
And do you work with Joe with respect to managing the inventory?
Yes.
Are you involved in analyzing operating and administrative procedures?
No.
So you don't get involved in analyzing any operating or any administrative procedures relating to the sales department?
I mean, that's a generic term. So, I mean, if you want to clarify or be more specific, I'd be more than happy to.
Sure. Does the sales department have administrative procedures?
Administrative procedures in regards to,
Does it have any procedures regarding anything?
like a sales process, like when a customer walks in the door and getting them to purchase the product, or are you talking about scheduling, vacation? I mean, please elaborate, because yes, we have a sales process that I'm involved with, you know, our team using on a regular basis. You know, if you're talking about, you know, some of the other administrative vacation and time off requests and things like that, I'm not involved on the administration side in that regards. But if it has to do with, you know, our sales department, you know, creating a sale and seeing that through, yes, I'm involved with that.
Okay. And all my questions relate to sales, just to
Okay,
clarify.
yeah, it's just administration. Typically, I go to, you know, the business side of things rather than, you know, specific to the sales department. So yes, I'm involved with the sales process and our finance department and inventories, things like that. Yes.
Is there a sales department budget?
No.
No budget. So in terms of, do you buy inventory?
Correct.
Okay, how do you, I mean, what do you buy? Do you have a budget that says, well, this year we're budgeting X dollars for the purchase of used boats and Y dollars for the purchase of new boats?
There's discussions about, um, you know, how much inventory to order from these various manufacturers, but there's not, um, you know, we're looking at sales history and basing decisions off of, you know, our sales history and sales volumes, not necessarily a quote unquote budget. You know, we're basing these decisions off of, you know, some facts that we've accumulated over being in business. And in regards to purchasing used inventory, um, you know, Joe's involved, right? Joe is the president. He is the one that signs the check when we want to purchase a boat. So, you know, it's kind of a case by case. He hasn't said, hey, you have $2 million to spend, go have at it. It's, he's involved with those decisions. So there's not really a budget or a free for all that he gives me.
And likewise, you're provided with financial statements relating to the sales, finance, and insurance aspects of the business, correct?
From a profitability standpoint, correct.
And you're involved in analyzing those statements and information to identify what you can do to help Lakeside improve its business?
Correct.
If there is a customer complaint or concern about you, you try to deal with that at the first level, correct?
Yeah, we empower all of our employees to handle those situations within their, you know, obviously if it gets to the point where a financial decision or something like that needs to be made, Joe is certainly involved at that point, but we all try to remediate these situations if possible.
Sure. And you're involved in exploring ways to better serve your customers at Lakeside?
Absolutely.
When you talked about the fit and the culture and the personality of individuals who you hire, given the fact that they're going to work with you, are you involved in any extent in evaluating a prospective employee's background, you know, whether they'll be a good fit or not? Are you involved in any way in that regard?
I mean, are you talking about like the hiring process?
Yeah, if someone's going to be hired in the sales department, are you involved in any way in terms of analyzing if they're going to be a good fit or provide or enhance the culture?
Yeah, I certainly, because like I had previously stated, I have, reiterated to Joe how important it is to continue, our store culture. So I am not necessarily involved with the decision of onboarding the employee, but I absolutely am interested in talking with them and just making sure that they fit the culture that we are trying to, continue.
And are you involved in doing any appraisals of used boats?
Yes.
I would take it based upon your prior responses that you're involved with respect to enthusiastically embracing the company's concept effectively and conveying that to all of the team members.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Sawyer Erickson is the marketing specialist, correct?
Yeah, yes, he is our marketing manager, marketing specialist.
So when you were hired, there was Tom Free, correct?
As a salesperson,
Correct.
as the sole
And
sales.
then,
Yep,
and then there was Sawyer Erickson, and he was the marketing specialist, correct?
correct.
Then Dean Koechel is terminated on or about December 23, 2019. You're hired 2 weeks later. There's a position open as of December 23, 2019 for the sales manager, and you're hired, correct?
Yeah, like I said previously, that was around the time I was hired.
And just to note that obviously we're not getting to another witness, so you can let them know, are you done?
Judge, I think I am.
Okay, any recross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, then thank you very much, sir, and you're excused.
Thank you.
Free to go.
And so we don't have a time here to get in another person. So also on the matter, to the extent to which that the two of you need to talk, you have time during the day there. So I just worked it out, of course, so you would have an opportunity to have the discussion that you wanted to do, just all in my anticipation of the situation. Um, okay, so 9 o'clock, and you haven't decided as to who's starting there. I mean, I certainly that we have. I, I'm just telling for what it matters that I have no idea what I'm going to do in this case, and just if there's any question about that, and it'll be a tough decision wherever, however we go, to the extent that that matters.
Judge, you're supposed to look at who needs pressure to settle, and you're supposed to make comments consistently.
Okay, well, well, see, the both sides keep telling me what I should be doing, and I don't do either of them. So that's the way, so I guess that makes me impartial because I don't do what either of you want me to do.
I don't think I've asked for anything.
So, okay. So anyway, 9 o'clock, and thank you. Thank you both. And, hopefully we'll just find a way to as needed, get things done in the 2 days, the next 2 days. Okay.
Judge, I was just thinking, if we are getting close to ending the case tomorrow, is there flexibility on your part and Nate's part to go a little longer to conclude it instead of coming back the third day? I just thought I'd offer that.
Well, the problem, yeah, a little bit, yes. I have, I mean, I can go until like 5:30. I can't, that would be my outside, but because I have well, choir practice on Wednesday and I can't, you know, I got to be ready for choir practice.
That's
So,
important.
Absolutely.
I do think, Peter, you want to start with Tom tomorrow right away?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And then
all right,
you
we'll
can
go off the record and conclude, and you can have further discussions on that. Thank you. And this case is continued to tomorrow.
thank you,
Thank you,
Judge.
Judge.